ส่วนส้นเป็นสามง่ามทำด้วยเหล็กทานพระกรองค์นี้พระบาทสมเด็จพระพุทธยอดฟ้าจุฬาโลกมหาราชโปรดให้สร้างขึ้นเมื่อต้นแผ่นดินแต่เดิมเรียกว่าทานพระกรง่ามชื่อนี้ปรากฏอยู่ในหมายรับสั่งว่าด้วยเครื่องราชูปโภคจะสร้างใหม่ในสมัยนั้นดังนี้เครื่องจะได้ทำขึ้นใหม่พระชัยใหญ่หนึ่งเล็กหนึ่งแผ่นทองพระสุพรรณบัตรหนึ่งพระมหาสังวาลหนึ่งพระมหาสังทองหนึ่งพระมหาสังเงินหนึ่งพระมหามงกุฎหนึ่งฉลองพระบาทหนึ่งพัชนีฝักมะขามหนึ่งทานพระกรง่ามหนึ่ง
Sawadika, good morning.
Good morning, สวัสดีครับ
Welcome to the live telecast by the television pool of Thailand to the royal purification and royal anointment ceremonies of as part of the most significant of the coronation of King Rama X here at Paisan Thaksin Throne Hall in a compound of the Grand Palace. I am Rungtip Chonapalai.
And I'm Captain Surasan Kongsiri.
We are waiting for the royal motorcade of His Majesty the King to arrive. Earlier, as for the preparation or for the coronation of His Majesty Rama X, there was a gathering of water from 108 sources across the country to be blessed and consecrated before being used for the lustral water in the ablution and the anointment ceremonies. Then the pedestals and stages were prepared for the setting up of the water of ablution and the sacred water of anointment ceremonies and for the presentation of the king. Later on, the royal golden plaque with the inscription of the king's official title and the royal golden plaque of his royal horoscope as well as the royal seal of state were made and transferred from the temples of the Emerald Buddha to Paisan Thaksin Throne Hall. The preliminary royal ceremonies of King Rama X were of the chanting of prayers from monks, the arrangement of sacred water within the circle of holy thread, and the lighting of the auspicious candle. As the king yesterday has arrived to graciously pay homage to the Emerald Buddhas and lit the auspicious candle to be sent to different venues across the country. In a while, the royal motorcade of His Majesty the King will arrive. Then the king will proceed from Amrintra Vinichai Throne Hall to Paisan Thaksin Throne Hall to pay respect to the triple gems. Later on, His Holiness, the Supreme Patriarch of Thailand, Somdet Phra Ariya Wongsa Khattayan, to chant prayers, The chief Brahmin priest of the royal court humbly invite His Majesty the King to proceed to prepare for the purification or Song Pamurata Pisek, or another word, ablution, when His Majesty the King would sit in the Atatit Utumpon Raja throne at the pavilion constructed for the purification ceremony. Then the presiding official, as Chief Marshal Satithpong Sukhvimol, Lord Chamberlain, humbly asked for the permission to turn on the shower, sending water of purification over His Majesty for the ablution. This is the water of Benjasutta Kongkha, and the water are from 5 rivers and 4 ponds. Then Supreme Patriarch Somdet Pha Ariya Wongsa Khattayan will come forth to bestow benediction by sprinkling Buddhist lustral water onto His Majesty's back. He then presented Buddhist lustral water into the hands of His Majesty.
And of course, the significance of water being used here, as Dr. Rungtip mentioned, is to be part of the purification process, because water is considered in Thailand as the substance or the source that helps cleanse all the misfortune and the mishaps from the body. So hence the significance of water being used here. The initial process of Song Pramurata Pisek is obviously to shower or to cleanse the whole body from impurities and misfortunes and mishaps. And then the monarchy, or the king in this case, will then proceed to be blessed with the good fortunes, the health, the happiness, before he receives the full sovereign rights of the kingship. So this whole process is very elaborate as part of the Thai tradition of the royal court, and is performed only for the king. So a rare opportunity indeed for any Thai to be observing this elaborate and very beautiful process taking place today. And today is considered the most important day out of the whole process of coronation of King Rama the 10th, because this is the day when the king will be pronounced or announced as the king with the full sovereign rights, or Prabat Somdet Prachao Yuhua in Thai, instead of the title or the formal title of Somdet Prachao Yuhua. The word Prabat is a prefix added to it, to the name, to the title of the king, once he receives the full sovereign rights.
As for the sequence that will be happening today of the purification or the ablution ceremony, after the Supreme Patriarch of Thailand come forth to bestow benedictions by sprinkling Buddhist lustral water onto His Majesty the King's back, he then present Buddhist lustral water into the hands of His Majesty. This is to follow by the representative here, starting from His Serene Highness Prince Busan Sawadiwat, to humbling offer holy water from Patao Benja cup or the water vessels into His Majesty's hand, followed by His Serene Highness Prince Julajem Yukon to humbly offer lustral water from the water vessels unto His Majesty. Then the chief Brahmin priest of the royal court, Pamaharachaku Pithi Si Visuddhikun, to present holy water from the 9 deities to His Majesty from the water vessels called Patao Benchakap. And then the chief Brahmin again to present His Majesty with the holy water from the great conch shell, Pet Yai. And another time, he then again present the holy water from the great conch shell called Pet Noi. Chief Brahmin priest of the royal court then will present luster water from water vessel. Later on, His Majesty will be presented with the bell leaf which he will put behind his ears. After that, His Serene Highness Prince Tikampon Yukon and Air Chief Marshal, who is the Lord Chamberlain, will perform and follow the procedure. This is inside the Paisan Thaksin throne hall, which is situated inside the compound of what we call Pamahamuntian Group. Pamahamuntian is the grand residence which consists of 7 connecting buildings, which are Patinang Amrintra Vinichai, หอพระสุราลัยพิมานหอพระธาตุมนเทียนพระที่นั่งเทพสถานพิราช and here at พระที่นั่งอมรินทรวินิจฉัย or อมรินทรวินิจฉัย throne hall is the first part of พระมหามนเทียน group. This hall was built by King Rama I in 1782. It was the former audience hall where the king met his officers of state and foreign ambassadors. Here is where the pavilion, Prakayasanan, that later on the king will perform the ceremony here.
The ceremony of royal purification, in that case, to cleanse all the impurities from the body, and obviously this will be done as soon as His Majesty arrives, and then pay respect to the Buddha images in various places within the Grand Palace compound here. The whole ceremony is taking place in the Grand Palace, which is located in the old quarters of Bangkok. It's formerly known as Ratanakosin Island. The construction of the Grand Palace was summoned by King Rama I, the first king of the Jagri dynasty, or the present dynasty. And now we are into the 10th reign under the kingship of His Majesty King Rama X.
And when the royal purification starts, during the ceremonial procedure, there will be monk chant prayers of benediction official who play music from conch shell with music from the bugle, brass drums, and the Thai musical ensemble. After the purification ceremony, His Majesty will graciously proceed to Sulalai Piman Chapel. He then proceeds from the Sulalai Piman Chapel to Paisan Thaksin Throne Hall to Atatit Utumporn for another ceremony, which is called the anointment or Abhisek, which is to offer the Abhisek water from 8 representatives of the 8 cardinal direction of the compass at the Atatit Utumporn Raja Asana throne, starting from the east side, which is the primary direction, to begin the anointment ceremony.
And as part of that anointment ceremony, starting from the east direction or the east side of the compass, then His Majesty will move towards the south in the clockwise direction. This is considered an auspicious direction, and he will each take turn to be anointed or to pour the lustral water by representatives of government officials and royal descendants in each direction, covering all 8 directions. And then he will repeat the anointment again in the east direction, so that will make up 9 turns altogether to represent the direction from the sky or from the celestial abode, to signify that the king is now the ruler of all directions, and including the celestial sky above as well. The story has it that the king of Thailand is believed to be the descendant, or if not the reincarnation, of the god Rama. And by being the reincarnation, he's the ruler of all worlds, including the celestial abode, as well as the earthen directions of all 8 directions in this case.
And the 8 directions that Captain Surasan mentioned for the Abhisek or the anointment ceremony will be presented by 8 representatives, which include His Serene Highness Prince Busan Sawadiwat will be on the eastern direction, His Serene Highness Prince Mongkol Chalerm Yukon on the southeastern direction, followed by His Serene Highness Prince Chalerm Suk Yukon on the southern direction. And then the President of the Privy Council, General Prem Tinasulanon, will be presented in the southwestern direction. General Prayut Chan-o-cha, the Prime Minister of Thailand, will present from the western direction, followed by the President of the National Legislative Assembly, Pornphet Vichitcholnachai, will be presented the Abhisek water from the northwestern side, and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Chief Julamon, will be presented Abhisek water from northern side. The last is Professor Emeritus Jarat Suvarnavela, the royal scholar, who will be presented Abhisek water from the northeastern side or the direction. And the royal coronation ceremony is composed of the ablution or the purification ceremony of Song Pamuratha Pisek, followed by the anointment ceremony or the offering of the Abhisek water from the 8 representatives of the 8 cardinal directions of the compass at the Atatit Utumpon Raja Asana throne. And the presentation, this is the last procedure, the last most important procedure of the coronation of His Majesty King Rama X, which is the presentation of the royal throne and the royal regalia in them, which will be presented by the chief Brahmin priest of the royal court. And then the king will consider fully invested as the kingship of the Kingdom of Thailand. The ceremony is a mixture of Brahmin and Buddhist traditions. As in Thailand, the Brahmin belief has been followed since the old days. Today, the chief Brahmin priest of the royal court, พระมหาราชครูพิธีศรีวิสุทธิคุณ will also present holy water from the 9 deities to His Majesty.
And right now we are watching the items of high orders that will be presented to His Majesty the King. These contain or consist of 6 categories of items. Obviously, the first important item or the first important category is the category of Buddha statues and the holy images of gods and goddesses of Hindu. You can see in the center various Buddha images as well as the statue or the image of Lord Ganesh, which is most revered by Hindu. In the background you can see the swords from various origins and sources presented to His Majesty the King of various reigns. Now, the first category of items, as I mentioned, was the Buddha images or the statues of the deities most revered by Thais, and these are called Mot Sing Sakara, so the items of worship. The second category are items of personal belongings, as Dr. Rungtip mentioned, being the royal regalia as well as other personal items that His Majesty would wear during his coronation. And we also have another category of weapons or Muat Prasang. These are represented by swords and knives, as well as the spears presented to His Majesty to symbolize the power and the might that His Majesty would hold. And also we also have the items of high orders that would represent His Majesty the King, namely umbrellas, the colors, as well as the symbols of the Garuda to represent His presence whenever He travels and whenever or wherever He resides. Another category or group of items are the items of Pramurata Pisek. These are the lustral waters that have been collected throughout the country and from the 5 main rivers to represent the holy waters, and that will be used as part of the anointment process and the ablution and the purification process as well. And last but not least, and the Prasiri items. Prasiri items, these are the category where His Majesty obviously
Here, yes, as the Captain Surasan mentioned, there's the royal regalia, which is the symbol of being the king. In other perception, the royal regalia were treated as an identification of royal dignity. 5 royal processions were called Benja Racha Kakutapan. Since the Sukhothai period, the royal processions have been collected as follow, that we are now see what we call the royal crown or พระมหาพิชัยมงกุฎ The royal accessory was made during the reign of King Rama I, inlaid with gold and studded with 9 precious gemstones. The biggest one is embedded on top, named Mahavishyan Mani. The royal crown means the crown of the days in heaven, where God Indra, the ruler of the second heaven, Dawdung. In ancient time, the royal crown was as significant as other regalia. Later, the king decided to follow the rule of the European, we mean the King Rama IV. The royal household, a dignity of the king, was recognized when he was wearing a crown. Since then, the royal crown has been the most important among all royal regalia. So this royal crown is the most important among the 5 items of the royal regalia, which we mentioned earlier. Is called Benja Racha Kakutapan, followed from the Sukhothai era. Another important royal regalia, also swords. The royal sword or Pasang Khan Chai Si, which is the weapon of the king. Pakan or the sword means wisdom in governing the country. Here is Vanvishani or the royal fan. Vanvishani has been used as both a fan and a whisk. An ancient explanation, Vanvishani has been called Jamon, a whisk made of tail's hair of Jamari. Vanvishani was originally made of palm leaf. King Rama IV considered that Vanvishani, the word Van means cow's hair called Jamari. Therefore, the king had a whisk made of the hair of Jamari. While the handle was made of glass, the whisk was used together with Vanvishani fan, which was made of palm leaf. Handle and other parts were gold inlaid. This is the item as part of the royal regalia, a symbol of being Rajatipati or the king.
That's right. These are the 5 items of the Benja Rajakukutapan, the 5 items of the royal regalia, to symbolize once His Majesty receives them, that His Majesty would now become the fully vested monarchy of the Kingdom of Thailand. And I mentioned also that these royal regalia are part of the personal items of His Majesty. Besides all these 5 items, there are also other items that His Majesty would possess. And these are the trident, again as part of the personal items of His Majesty. Out of the 6 categories, namely Sing Sakara category, I mentioned already that these are the Buddha images and the images of the Hindu gods and goddesses. The second category are Mod Prasiri or the Siri category. These are the royal golden plug containing the name or the title of His Majesty, as well as the royal horoscope of the birth date of His Majesty, as well as obviously the royal seal of state of His Majesty. The third category are Pra Murathapisek items, These are the items containing the water, the lustral water, that will be used in the ablution and the anointment ceremony today. The fourth category are the เครื่องต้น items. These เครื่องต้น items obviously are the personal uses, utensils, and items that will be used by His Majesty. Also, another category is พระแสง category. These are the sword and the weapons categories used by His Majesty. And last but not least, the เครื่องพระสิริหรือเครื่องสูง rather. เครื่องสูง are the items that will represent His Majesty whenever he travels, namely the umbrellas and the colors that His Majesty will use during his travels or his residence in any location.
Yes, as the Captain Surasan mentioned about the royal sword, there are the royal regalia, which is the royal swords are the พระแสงขันชัยศรี is the weapon of the king. พระขัน or the sword means wisdom in governing the country. The story has been told that the sword was found at the very bottom of the Khmer Lake by a fisherman, and then later on, by the time that the sword arrived Bangkok, 7 flashes of lightning struck at 7 places in the city at Visay Chai Si and Piman Chai Si entrances, for example, where the royal sword invitation procession were passed. This was the reason why the names of both entrances of the Grand Palace ended with the word Chai Si as the name of the royal sword. The other items that considered as a royal regalia is the royal cane, originally called ทานพระกร Chayaprik, as the cane was made of Chayaprik wood or the Kasha Nadasa, covered with gold cast iron and gold embedded at both head and tail. The cane looks like a walking stick used by Buddhist monks in a ceremonial rite.
Now we are in the Paisan Thaksin Throne Hall, where 5 Buddhist monks of seniority are ready to perform the Buddhist rites of chanting and blessing to His Majesty, the King. And these Buddhist monks are His Holiness, the Supreme Patriarch of Thailand, sitting at the right hand side, and right next to him are Somdet Pravanarat from Bawaniwed Vihan. Next to him is Somdet Pratirayan Muni from Tepsirintarawat Temple, Somdet Praputtajan from Traimit Vityaram Temple, and also Somdet Pra Prom Vicharayan Vachirayan from Yanawa Temple. So these are the senior monks seated to perform the Buddhist rites for the ceremony this morning.
Yes, we mentioned earlier about Brahminism, which has been recognized as part of when we perform important ceremonies in Thailand. Brahminism, an early form of Hinduism, was brought to Southeast Asia by Brahmin priests. They believe in the Trimurti, Vishnu or Pravisanu, the benign preserver and protector of the universe, the most important god to the Brahmins, Brahma or Prapom, the creator, and Shiva or Prasiva, the destroyer. With Brahminism came the vast Sanskrit canon of hymns and epic tales of gods and men. These tales supported the doctrine of divine kingship, which holds that the king is an incarnation of a god. In the tradition of Brahmanism, the Thai king is held to be an incarnation of Vishnu, symbolically emphasizing his role as preserver and protector of his kingdom. Even today, Brahmin priests serve the Thai royal court by performing certain ceremonies associated with kingship. Buddhism, which has many of the same roots as Hinduism, also arrived in Southeast Asia during this period of Indianization. Since the two religions were not mutually exclusive, they often coexisted, even forming a hybrid religion in some periods. Theravada Buddhism eventually predominated in Thailand. I mentioned about Vishnu. Vishnu is one of the greatest Hindu gods. He has 4 arms, and his attributes are a disc, a conch, a lotus, representing the earth and the club. His mouth is Garuda. Brahma, the hero of the story of Ramayana or Ramayan in Thai, is his 7th incarnation on earth, at which time he came to destroy the demons. One should not be surprised to find a Hindu story being depicted along the galleries of the Buddhist temple, as Buddhism and Hinduism have been intermingled in Southeast Asia since their first appearance in this region. From India, the Thai king, though a Buddhist, is also considered as an incarnation of Vishnu. Waiting here in the hall are members of the royal families and senior ranks, official governments,
and also the privy councillors here as well, along with their spouses, attending the auspicious ceremony due to take place this morning. And we have a period of time which is considered to be auspicious, and that is due to start at 10:09 and will go on until 12 o'clock. This will be the auspicious period when His Majesty will be part of the ceremony of ablution, or taking the water of purification, followed by the ceremony of taking the water from the 8 cardinal directions for the anointment. The Thai tradition, especially the royal court tradition, follows strictly the belief and faith which have been passed on interconnectedly with Buddhism and Brahmanism. So you can see that these two practices, or the two faiths, have combined so smoothly and splendidly together to become the tradition that Thais practice today, and can be quite truly observed in the royal court practices as well. And now we have members of Parliament, the National Legislative Assembly, as well as some senior ranking officials present here in the Amarintara Vinichai Throne Hall.
And the ceremonies for the royal coronation is taking place in a group of the royal buildings known as the Pramaha Montien Group, located in the eastern direction of the central area of the Grand Palace compound, which is the inner, in the center, right in the center. When you enter, if you go straight you will see this central area of the Grand Palace compound. The group comprises of 3 major buildings: Chakapat Piman Royal Residence, Paisan Thaksin Throne Hall, and Amarintra Vinichai Throne Hall. And this is the beautiful picture of the Grand Palace compounds. On the left-hand side is the temples of the Emerald Buddha, where the king has arrived to pay homage to the Buddhas here and to lit the auspicious candle. Another throne hall, which in the Pamahamontian group is Paisan Thaksin Throne Hall, contains the octagonal throne where the king is presented with the anointment water from the selected persons representing the 8 directions of the compass. And later on, His Majesty the King will receive royal golden plaque of his official title, the royal regalia, the ancient and auspicious orders and the weapons of sovereignty. The king also later crowned himself with the great crown of Victoria as this throne at here at Paisan Thaksin Throne Hall. The third one of the hall within Pamahamontran group is Amrintra Vinichai Throne Hall, originally served as the principal audience hall. It is still used by the king for various important national activities. These activities include the granting of an audience to members of the royal family, the Privy Council, and the cabinet, as well as high-ranking officials during the coronation and other important royal ceremonies.
Earlier we saw the pictures of the brass cannons, and these are quite aptly named with auspicious names given to each one of them. They are called Maharek, Mahachai, Mahachak, and Mahaprabyuk, all 4 cannons located within the compound of the Grand Palace. These 4 cannons will fire 10 shots altogether. As we can see right now, the 4 cannons are located within the compound of the Grand Palace, and the cannons will fire 10 rounds altogether to mark the auspicious day of being the Saturday. The 10 rounds will be used to coincide with the number that is considered to be auspicious for Saturday. And outside the palace compound, or outside the Grand Palace here, now the bigger cannons or the bigger artillery guns from the Royal Thai Army, and in various other places we also have artillery guns from the Royal Thai Navy and Royal Thai Air Force as well. Each service, Army, Navy and Air Force, will fire 101 rounds of artillery shells to mark the occasion as soon as His Majesty is anointed with the lustral water. So in the Thai tradition, since the reign of King Ram I, the pouring of the lustral water over the hands, and His Majesty anoint himself with those waters, considered as a complete procedure for His Majesty to become the fully vested King of Thailand. But as time progressed, during King Rama IV, His Majesty, having been exposed to the Western culture, added putting on the crown, or the great crown of victory, on the head of His Majesty would also be considered as the Western culture, and so he has adopted it and added that tradition into the Thai tradition to make it more westernized. And hence, it's considered also that after the pouring of the lustral water over the hands and put on the great crown of victory, then the process of becoming the fully vested monarch of the country is complete. And as soon as that process is completed, the artillery guns will fire the salute to mark the occasion. And outside the main building, we also have the senior officials from various government offices and their spouses present as well.
As you can see that the yellow is a color, is considered as auspicious color here, as it signifies the Monday, when the day when His Majesty was born. In Thailand, we believe that yellow represents Monday, and also the government encouraged the people to wear yellow to show our love and respect to our beloved King. And as for the preparations prior to the coronation of His Majesty King Rama X today, there was a gathering of waters from 108 sources across the country to be consecrated before being used for the lustral water in the purification or the ablution and the anointment ceremonies. Then the pedestals and stages were prepared for the setting up of the water of ablution and the sacred water of anointment ceremonies for the presentations of the king. Then the royal golden plaque with the inscriptions of the king's official titles and the royal golden plaques of his royal horoscope, as well as the royal seal of state, were made and then transferred from the temples of the Emerald Buddha to Paisan Thaksin Throne Hall as part of the Grand Palace compound. And then the primary royal ceremonies of King Rama X were of the chanting of prayers by monks, the arrangement of sacred water within the circle of holy thread, and the lighting of auspicious candles as the king yesterday graciously arrived to pay homage to Emerald Buddhas and his royal ancestors. Today we are waiting for the royal motorcade of His Majesty the King to arrive to proceed from Amarintra Vinichai Throne Hall to Paisan Thaksin Throne Hall and pay respect to the Triple Gems, His Holiness the Supreme Patriarch of Thailand, Somdet Pha Ariya Wongsa Khattayan, to lead the prayers. Then the chief Brahmin, priest of the royal court, humbly invite His Majesty the King to proceed and prepare for the purification or Song Phamuratha Pisek, when His Majesty will sit in the Atatit Utumpon Raja Asana throne at the pavilion constructed for the purification ceremony. Then the presiding official as Chief Marshal Satipong Sukwimon, the Lord Chamberlain, humbly asked for the permission to turn on the shower, sending water of purification over His Majesty for the ablution. This is the water of Benja Suttakongkha from 5 rivers and 4 ponds. After that, the Supreme Patriarch of Thailand, Somdet Pha Ariya Wongsa Khattayan, will come forth to bestow benedictions by sprinkling Buddhist lustral water onto His Majesty the King's back. then present Buddhist lustral water into the hands of His Majesty. And this to be followed by the sequence from His Serene Highness Prince Pusan Sawadiwat to humbly offer holy water from Patao Benja cup or the water vessel into His Majesty's hand. Then His Serene Highness Prince Julajem Yukon to humbly offer lustral water from Patao Navakra or the another water vessel to His Majesty, followed by Chief Brahmin priest of the royal court, Pamaharachaku Piti Si Visutikun, to present holy water from the 9 deities to His Majesty, from Patao Benjakap another water vessels. After that, the Chief Brahmin to present His Majesty with the holy water from the great conch shell, Pet Yai, and from the great conch shell, Pet Noi. Chief Brahmin then present lustral water from the water vessel. Later on, His Majesty will be presented with the bay leaf, which he will put behind his ears. And during the ceremonial procedure, while monks chant prayers of benediction, officials will play music from conch shells with music from a bugle, brass, drums, and a Thai musical ensemble. After this purification ceremony, His Majesty the King will graciously proceed to Surarai Piman Chapel before he perform another ceremony which is called the anointment or the offering the Abhisek water from the 8 representative of the 8 cardinal direction of the compass at the Atatit Utumporn Raja Asana throne.
That's right, and Kun Rungtip touched upon the importance of bell leaf. I'd like to draw your attention to the significance why the bell leaf is being used in this royal ceremony. According to the Brahmin faith, bell leaf is a symbol of victorious strength and an auspicious item to accompany the sacred water of a Buddhist religious ceremony. The lustral water is contained within the conch shell to be presented to a king, befitting to the royal traditions. At present, the king presents bell leaves during auspicious royal ceremonies, such as during the royal ploughing ceremony, when the monarchy graciously pours sacred water from a conch shell upon the offers bell leaves to the Lord of the ploughing. And of course, the other ceremonies of importance are for the brides and grooms during their marriage, who are granted official wedding. The ceremonies in presence of the monarch, bell leaves are also used as an auspicious item to put on between their right ear as the symbol of fortune and prosperity. And now the person who receives the bell leaves here will use his right hand to receive the bell leaf and tuck them between the right earlobe and the temple. So this is a illustrious and very auspicious activity or event that will take place of putting the bell leaf between the right earlobe and the temple to bless the person who receives it with victory and strength, and to mark the auspiciousness or the auspices of the occasion.
And now we are seeing the beautiful pictures of the central area of the Grand Palace, which was built first from the King Rama I. In the Chakri dynasty, we know that Chakri dynasty, which is the present dynasty of Thailand, represented by an emblem consisting of chakra and 3-pronged weapon or trai. Every year during April the 6th, is we celebrate the anniversary of the founding of the present Chakri dynasty, of which the present ruling monarch. Chakri dynasty was founded by King Rama I in 1737 with the name of Tongduong, and he came to the throne on April 6, 1782. King Rama I ruled the country for 28 years. King Rama I has been praised as an accomplished statesman, a lawmaker, a poet, and his reign has been called a reconstruction of the Thai state and Thai culture. He was the monarch who established Bangkok as the capital of Thailand, and this is the most long-lasting creation, which gained popularity as the City of Angels that we know. This is another name of Bangkok. After then, the Chakri dynasty carried on, and now we have today that we are witnessing another auspicious occasion of the coronation of King Rama X. This is May the 4th, which is today, is the most important parts of the coronation of King Rama X. In a moment, the king will arrive to perform the purification or the ablution, or in Thai is called Song Pramuratha Pisek, and followed by the anointment ceremony or the offering of the Abhisek water from the 8 representatives of the 8 cardinal directions of the compass at the Atatit Utumpon Raja Asana throne, and the presentation of the royal throne and the royal regalia.
Right, so we are now looking at Pratinang Chakri Mahaprasad, a very beautifully looking building here with the Thai roofing, the Thai architecture roofing, and having the main structure or the lower part of the building in the Western style, in the 19th century Western architecture. And this Pratinang Chakri Mahaprasad is situated on the northernmost part of the Pratinang Chakri group. This is a part of the Chakri Mahaprasad group of buildings. Now this building is the throne hall, which forms the front or the facade of the entire building group. In front of the throne hall is Ratakit Field. Now His Majesty the King arrives.
มะยังพันเตวิสุงรักนัทธายาติสรเนนะสหะปัญจศีลานิยาจามาทุติยามปิมะยังพันเตวิสุงรักนัทธายาติสรเนนะสหะปัญจศีลานิยาจามาตติยมปิมะยังพันเตวิสุงรักนัทธายาติสรเนนะสหะปัญจศีลานิยาจามา
นะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะนะโมตัสสะภะคะวะโตอะระหะโตสัมมาสัมพุทธัสสะพุทธังสรณังกัจฉามิธัมมังสรณังกัจฉามิสังฆังสรณังกัจฉามิทุติยมปิพุทธังสรณังกัจฉามิทุติยมปิธัมมังสรณังกัจฉามิทุติยมปิสังฆังสรณังกัจฉามิตติยมปิพุทธังสรณังกัจฉามิตติยมปิธัมมังสรณังกัจฉามิตติยมปิสังฆังสรณังกัจฉามิปานาติปาตาเวรมณีสิกขาปะทังสมาธิยามิอะทินนาทานาเวรมณีสิกขาปะทังสมาธิยามิอามิสุมิจฉาจาราเวรมณีสิกขาปะทังสมาธิยามิมุสาวาทาเวรมณีสิกขาปะทังสมาธิยามิสุราเมรยมัชฌะปมาทฐานาเวรมณีสิกขาปะทังสมาธิยามิอิมานิปัญจสิกขาปทานิสีเดนะตุกติงยันติสีเดนะภูกสัมปทาสีเดนะนิพุติงยันติตัตมาสีรังวิโสทะเย
His Majesty the King arrived and proceed from Amrinta Vinichai Throne Hall to Paisan Thaksin Throne Hall and paid respect to the Triple Gem before proceed to Surarai Piman Chapel. In a moment, there will be their purification ceremony. Sitting here in the hall are the venerable monks led by the Supreme Patriarch of Thailand, as well as Somdet Phavannarat from Bawanivet Vihan Temple, Somdet Phat Thirayan Muni from Thep Sirintrawat Temple, Somdet Phra Puthachan from Taimit Vithayaram Temple, Phapom Vashirayan from Yanawa Temple.
That's right, the congregation of monks have just given the blessing to His Majesty to begin the process of coronation. And now the Buddha images have been taken off from the pavilion to be used as part of the ceremony as His Majesty now retreats to change his clothing, to put on the gown, the white gown, to be ready to be cleansed with water of purification in the Mondop Prakayasanan, which is located just outside this building in just a short while.
This is the chief Brahmin priest who will lead the Brahmin rites today as part of the purification of His Majesty the King before performing another ceremony which is called anointment, or offering the abhisek water from the 8 representatives of the 8 cardinal directions of the compass at the Atatit Utumpon Raja Asana throne.
The Roy Court tradition is a perfect example of a blend of Buddhism and Hinduism, or formerly known as Brahmanism in this case. And of course we have the Brahmin priests now taking part, as well as the Buddhist monks in this ceremony.
Here are the members of the royal families. Her Royal Highness Princess Mahachakri Sirinthorn, Her Royal Highness Princess Pacharakitiyapha, Her Royal Highness Princess Siriwannavari Narirat, as the chief Brahmin priest of the royal court, Pamaharajaku Pithi Si Visutikun, to prepare prior to the purification ceremony of His Majesty King, which will happen in a while. Then there will be the ablution. Another word in Thai is called Song Pramurata Pisek. When the presiding official, which is the Air Chief Marshal Satithpong Sukhvimol, the Lord Chamberlain, humbly asks for the permission to turn on the shower, sending water of purification over His Majesty for the ablution. The water of Benja Sutta Kongka coming from 5 rivers and 4 ponds. Then the Supreme Patriarch of Thailand, Somdet Pha Ariya Wongsa Katayan, will come forth to bestow benedictions by sprinkling Buddhist lustral water onto His Majesty's back. He then presents Buddhist lustral water into the hand of His Majesty. This is to be followed by His Serene Highness Prince Busan Sawadiwat to humbly offer holy water from Patao Benjakap, or the water vessel from King Rama V, into His Majesty's hands. Then His Serene Highness Prince Julajam Yukon to humbly offer lustral water from Patao Navakra to His Majesty, who upon receiving them pour the water onto his forehead. After that, the chief Brahmin priest of the royal court, Pamaha Rachakru Pitis Sivisutikun, will present holy water from the 9 deities to His Majesty from the water vessel. Then he will present His Majesty the holy water from the great conch shell. Later on, His Majesty will be presented with the bell leaf, which he will put behind his ear.
That's right, and you mentioned about the 5 main rivers and the 4 ponds used in the Song Pra Muratha Pisek. These 5 main rivers originally were believed or used the waters used from the 5 main rivers actually came from India, and it's believed that the waters from India or the Ganga River are the waters that come down from the heavenly abode, from the sky, because India obviously was the origin of Buddhism, and the story has it that the god Indra resides over the Pines Mount Sumeru in the Southeast Asia, and hence the rivers that flow from the heaven come down from India, and the waters from the 5 main rivers of India were then used as the water for purification. Now, since those days, the time has changed, and the waters collected from India in the olden days believed to be, given the distance, the restrictions of distance and time, waters instead of collected from India have now been adapted with the waters collected from various regions or from various rivers of Thailand. And these 5 specific sources of water in Thailand collected from Bang Pakong River, from Pasak River, from Chao Phraya River, from Ratchaburi River and Phetchaburi River. These are the 5 main rivers where waters used in the purification process have been collected from. And these 5 waters have been added on in 1873 during the second royal coronation of His Majesty King Rama V to make up the 9 rivers or the 9 waters. The 4 additional ponds where waters have been collected from the ponds of Suphanburi province. So with these 4 ponds, waters collected from these 4 ponds added on to the 5 mainstream rivers where water have been collected, making up to 9 waters altogether, are used in this Song Pra Muratha Pisek ceremony, which is about to take place here, as you can see now, at the Mondop Prakayasanan area, where His Majesty the King will reside or will proceed inside it, and the water will be showered from top to bottom to symbolize the cleansing of impurities and misfortunes and bad omens from the body.
As the coronation of His Majesty the King Rama X is composed of the ablution or purification ceremony or Song Pamuratha Pisek, the anointment ceremony of or the offering of the Abhisek water from the 8 representatives of the 8 cardinal directions of the compass at the Atatit Utumpon Raj Asana throne, and the presentation of the royal throne and the royal regalia to complete the kingship and to be considered as a fully invested monarch. Earlier we mentioned that their ceremony is rooted from Brahmins. Around 2,000 years ago, Indian traders established settlements in Southeast Asia. Later, these traders were followed by carriers of Indian cultures, scholars, artisans, and both Brahmin and Buddhist holy men, the knowledge and teachings that they brought were adopted and adapted by the people of the region, influencing government, law, art, literature, myth, and religion. Brahmanism, an early form of Hinduism, was brought to Southeast Asia by Brahmin priests. They believe in the Trimurti, Vishnu, the protector of the universe, which is the most important god to the Brahmins, Brahma or Prabhum, the creator, and Shiva or Prasiva, the destroyer. With Brahmanism came the vast Sanskrit canon of hymns of and epic tales of gods and men. These tales supported the doctrine of divine kingship, which holds that the king is an incarnation of a god. In the tradition of Brahmanism, the Thai king is held to be an incarnation of Vishnu, symbolically emphasizing his role as preserver and protector of his kingdom. Even today, Brahmin priests serve the Thai royal court by performing certain ceremonies associated with kingship, just as today. Buddhism, which has many of the same roots as Hinduism, also arrived in Southeast Asia during this period of Indianization. Since the two religions were not mutually exclusive, they often coexisted, even forming a hybrid religion in some periods. Theravada Buddhism eventually predominated in Thailand. About Vishnu. Vishnu is one of the greatest Hindu gods. He has 4 arms, and his attributes are a disc, a calm, the earth, and a club. His mount is Garuda. Brahma, the hero of the story of the Ramayana or Ramakien in Thai, is his 7th incarnation on earth, at which time he came to destroy the demons. One should not be surprised at all to find a Hindu story behind depicted along the galleries of a Buddhist temple, or as Buddhism and Hinduism have been intermingled in Southeast Asia since their first appearance in this region from India. The Thai king, though a Buddhist, is also considered as an incarnation of Vishnu, and that explains why today we have the Brahmin priest to perform the purification before the another ceremonies start, which is the anointment or offering the abhisek water to His Majesty.
So what we're watching now is the grandest of events taking place in Thailand now, the coronation ceremony, or the coronation of King Rama X. This day, the 4th of May 2019, marks the most auspicious day when Thai people rejoice in jubilant as His Majesty King Rama X will be the full, or will hold the full sovereign of the Thai nation, carrying on the title of พระบาทสมเด็จพระเจ้าอยู่หัว. The word พระบาท is a prefix added on to the original title of His Majesty when he was announced the King of Thailand 4 years ago. So with this ceremony, the word พระบาท will be added on to his name to mark that he has now the full sovereign rights. His Majesty the King now will perform the purification process.
243ข้าพเจ้าข้าขอรับด้วยเกล้าด้วยกระหม่อม
purification ceremony is happening now prior to the anointment. Earlier, the presiding official, Air Chief Marshal Sathitphong Sukhvimol, the Lord Chamberlain, humbly asked for the permission to turn on the shower sending water of purification over His Majesty for the ablution. The water of Benja Sutta Kongkha coming from the 5 rivers and 4 ponds. Then the Supreme Patriarch Somdet Pha Ariya Wongsa Katayan came forth to bestow benedictions by sprinkling Buddhist lustral water onto His Majesty the King's back. He then presented Buddhist lustral water into the hands of His Majesty, and followed by His Serene Highness Prince Busan Sawadiwat to humbly offered holy water from Patao Benjaka from King Rama V, that is the water vessel's name, into His Majesty's hand. Then His Serene Highness Prince Julajem Yukon humbly offered lustral water from Patao Navakra to His Majesty. Now the chief Brahmin priest of the royal court, Pamaharachaku Pithi Si Visuddhikun, is presenting holy water from the 9 deities to His Majesty from Patao Benjakap. This is the water vessel, and presented the holy water from the great conch shell, Pet Yai, and the great conch shell, Pet Noi. There are several of the great conch shells that the chief Brahmin priest of the royal court, Pamaharachaku Pithi Si Visuddhikun, has presented to His Majesty the King.
And earlier we saw the presentation, as Dr. Wonkit mentioned, of the lustral water contained in the conch shells and poured over the hands of His Majesty. But before that we saw His Majesty putting on the leaf of bare leaves between his earlobe and the temple to mark the auspices of the occasion. Bare leaves signifies victory and prosperity, to bring good health and happiness to the reign of His Majesty on this occasion.
Now His Serene Highness Prince Bikampon Yukon is offering holy water from Patao Mongkon 8. And this is another water vessel from King Rama I.
His Majesty is taking each water vessel one by one from His Serene Highness Tikampon Yukon and pours over his shoulders. These water vessels contain the waters collected throughout the country.
And this is from the water vessel called Patao Patum Nimit Ngan from King Rama I. Now this is a holy water from Patum Nimit Samlit water vessel also from King Rama I. Now is the green jade lotus water vessels from King Rama IV. Another one is the water vessel called กลีบบัวแดง and this is another water vessel called กลีบบัวยอดเขี้ยว from King Rama V พระเต้ากลีบบัวใหญ่ or the large lotus petal for the water vessel from King Rama IV, and this is from the water vessel from King Rama IV. Now is the water vessel also from King Rama IV called ห้ากษัตริย์นาค This is another water vessel ห้ากษัตริย์เงิน from King Rama IV. This is holy water from พระเต้าห้ากษัตริย์สำริด from also from King Rama IV. The water vessel called พระเต้าห้ากษัตริย์หินอ่อน from King Rama IV.
And now พระเต้าโมราดำ with the water being poured over the shoulders of His Majesty, and to the next water vessel called พระเต้านวเคราะห์ from King Rama IV era. And next is พระเต้าไกรลาศ also from King Rama IV era. All these water vessels contain the water from the 77 provinces. Now, พระเต้าศิลาจารึกอักษร King Rama IV, followed by พระเต้าศิลา 5 chambers or 5 ห้อง from King Rama IV, and now to the last water vessel, พระเต้าเทวบิด from King Rama IV, where His Majesty actually poured it over his legs and feet to complete the purification process on this occasion. All in all, 22 water vessels were used, deriving from various reigns of the Chakri dynasty from King Rama I right down to the present dynasty.
Yes, and now Air Chief Marshal Sathitphong Sukhvimol, the Lord Chamberlain, pay respect to His Majesty and ask for the permission to humbly offer the great conch shell Taxinawat is carried the Hindu lustral water before His Majesty pour the holy water. The purification or the ablution ceremony is happening prior to the anointment or the offering the abhisek water from the 8 representative of the 8 cardinal direction of the compass at the Atatit Utumpon Raja Asana throne. This will happen after the purification or Sompamurata ceremony.
And now His Majesty will return to Paisan Thaksin Throne Hall to continue with the ceremony of receiving the waters from the 8 cardinal directions. And at that very point of completion of that process, he will be fully vested as the King of Thailand with the full sovereign rights.
As you may see the bell leaf on the right hand side of His Majesty King's ear, according to the Brahmin faith, bell leaf is a symbol of the victorious strength and an auspicious item to accompany the sacred water of a Buddhist religious ceremony. The lustral water is contained within a conch shell to be presented to a king that we had just witnessed and to befitting the royal traditions. we talked about bay leaf earlier. The importance of bay leaf at present, when king presents a bay leaf during auspicious royal ceremonies, such as today and also during other auspicious ceremonies. For example, during the royal plowing ceremony, when the monarch graciously pours sacred water from a conch shell upon and offers bay leaf to the lord of the plowing. To Thai ambassadors, when they are granted an audience prior to leaving the kingdom to take up their diplomatic assignments abroad. And during such occasions, besides graciously pouring sacred water and offering bay leaf contained within the conch shell to the recipients, he also anoints the foreheads of his subjects with fragrant powder. So when the person received the bay leaf with his right hand and tuck them between the right ear lobe and temple. So this is the meaning of bay leaf, that this bay leaf is the tradition that carried on in the Brahmin belief or faith. Now we back into the throne hall once again to prepare for another significant ceremony, which is the anointment or the offering abhisek water from the 8 representative of the 8 cardinal directions of the compass at the Atatit Utumpon Rajasana throne here, starting from the east side. Now that His Majesty will change into the regal vestment. Standing here are 8 representatives of the 8 cardinal direction of the compass, starting from His Serene Highness Prince Busan Sawadiwat. You may see him in a while as he enters the throne and proceed to the eastern direction. Then His Serene Highness Prince Mongkol Chalerm Yukon, and after that would be the Lieutenant General His Serene Highness หม่อมเจ้าเฉลิมศึกยุคน from the southern side. Standing on the left hand side.
And we also have other various officials besides the royal descendants.
Yes, as we are about to witness the anointment or abhisek water offering from the 8th representative of the 8th cardinal direction of the compass at the Atatit Utumpon Raja Asana throne here. Inside the Paisan Thaksin throne hall are also the members of the royal families.
In the 8 cardinal directions, since Dr. Rungtip mentioned some of the names already, the members of the royal descendants or the royal family participating in the pouring of the lustral water over the 8 cardinal directions. We also have other members of officials, namely General Prem Tinasuranon, the President of the Privy Council. We have General Prayut Chan-o-cha, the Prime Minister of Thailand. His Excellency Pornphet Vichit Chodlachai, the President of the National Legislative Assembly. His Excellency Chief Julamon, the President of the Supreme Court, as well as the Minister of Interior, General Anupong Paujinda, present to take part in the pouring of the lustral water over the hands of His Majesty.
Yes, there are altogether 8 representatives of the 8 cardinal direction of the compass at the Atatit Utumpon Raja Asana throne. There's the 8 persons include His Serene Highness Pusan Sawadiwat from the eastern direction, His Serene Highness Mongkol Chalerm Yukon from the southeastern direction, His Serene Highness Lieutenant General Chalerm Suk Yukon from the southern direction, His General Prem Dinasulanon, President of the Privy Council from the southwestern direction, General Prayut Ocha, the Prime Minister of Thailand from the western direction, President of the National Legislative Assembly, Ponpet Vichit Cholachai from the northwestern direction, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Chief Julamon from the northern direction, and Dr. Professor Jarat Suwarnawela, the Royal Scholar from the northeastern direction. So these are the 8 representatives representing people from across the country of Thailand to participate in the anointment or the water offering or abhisek water offering from the 8 representative of the 8 cardinal direction of the compass at the Atatit Utumpon Raja Asana throne. Another symbol that represents kingship or the monarch is the 9-tier white umbrella of state, which will be presented later after the anointment ceremony by the chief Brahmin priest of the royal court, Pamaharajaku Piti Sri Visutikun. Also standing await His Majesty the King to arrive.
And of course, according to the tradition, after the anointment ceremony, the king will be fully vested with the authorities and become the full sovereign right, or will have the full sovereign rights of his reign. And we mentioned earlier that since King Rama IV, he added on another event, which is the presentation of the Great Crown of Victory to resemble the procedure or the ceremony that's often taken place in the Western world when the monarchy is presented with a crown and put on his head. Then that process is considered to be the completion of the coronation ceremony. So King Rama IV added that Western tradition to the practice here. But in the old traditional way that the royal court used to practice since King Rama I was that as soon as the king is anointed or presented with the lustral water and receives the 9-tiered umbrella, then he's considered the fully vested monarch of the Kingdom of Thailand.
Yes, and now we're seeing the chat or the tiered umbrella. This is an item of the royal regalia in the shape of a tiered umbrella that tapers towards the top. This can be hanging, standing, or fixed in the ground, or carried in a procession to indicate rank. This is the highest rank, which is this is for the king the king will use a 9-tiered umbrella of state, which is called Noppapadon Mahasawetachat. This is for the king who has been ceremonially crowned. It is a 9-tiered umbrella made of white cloth. Each tier is bordered with 3 rows of gold rim. The lowest tier is hung with gold flowers. The umbrella is hung or fixed on various royal occasions. And during the ceremony of the king, we may see this Noppapadon Mahasawetachat, or the 9-tier white umbrella of state, quite often. And later on, the chief Brahmin priest of the royal court, พระมหาราชครูพิธีศรีวิสุทธิคุณ will later present the 9-tiered white umbrella of state, or Noppapadon Mahasawetachat, to His Majesty the King. That is to complete the kingship as the will be recognized as a fully invested monarch.
And as of this moment, we are watching พระที่นั่งอัฐทิตอุทุมพรราชอาณ or the อัฐทิตอุทุมพรราชอาณ throne, surrounded by officials and royal descendants. And at the center of this throne is the 7-tiered umbrella. Just before he received the 9-tiered umbrella after the anointment, the 7-tiered umbrella is located at the center of this throne. And the throne is actually made of fig wood, because fig is considered by the Brahmins as being auspicious, the wood of auspices and of good fortune. The throne is an octagonal shape and situated to the eastern part of the Paisan Thaksin throne hall. This unusually shaped wooden throne, which is made of fig wood, is in the form of an octagonal prism and is decorated with golden lacquer topped by a white 7-tiered umbrella. It is used during the first part of the coronation ceremony, where the king is anointed with holy water just prior to the crowning ceremony. Of course, it is very important because all Chakri kings would need to go through this ancient ritual, and once the king is anointed, he is able to sit under the royal 9-tiered umbrella as a fully sovereign king. And the 9-tiered umbrella is actually located at Pratinang Patarabit, or Patarabit throne, located just across the hallway to the other side of this Paisan Thaksin throne hall. And once he receives the water and the process of pouring the lustral waters is completed, then the king will move to Patarabit throne, where he will sit under the 9-tiered umbrella, and at that point he will be announced with the full sovereign rights as the King of Thailand. Now, across the room to the other side of this throne hall is located Patarabit throne. The throne is a chair where a footstool, or with a footstool with 2 high tables to its sides. The throne is topped by another royal 9-tiered umbrella. This throne is used during the main part of the coronation ceremony, as I indicated earlier, that once His Majesty receives the lustral water, he will then move to this throne and be seated there. Then he will be presented with various objects which make up the royal regalia. The king will then crown himself, then be ceremonially presented with objects of the regalia by the royal Brahmins. And these regalia includes the great crown of victory, the sword of victory, the royal staff, the royal fly whisk, the royal fan, and the royal slippers, the Benja Rachakakutapan in Thai, or the 5 items of royal regalia.
In a moment, His Majesty King to arrive at the Utumpon Raja Asana throne. to start the anointment or the water offering of the Abhisek water from the 8 representative of the 8 cardinal direction of the compass. Here, starting from the east side, while the king will sit at the Atatit Utumporn Raja Asana throne with the Savetachat or the 7-tiered umbrella. The king then faced the eastern direction as the primary cardinal direction of the compass. Then the representative of the members from 8 representative will humbly offer the Abhisek water as part of the anointment. The sequence will be when starting from the eastern side from His Serene Highness Pusan Sawadiwat, followed by the His Serene Highness Mongkol Chalerm Yukhon from the southeastern direction. Then His Serene Highness Lieutenant General Chalerm Sut Yukhon from the southern direction. After that will be the General Prem Dinasuranon, President of the Privy Council from the southwestern direction. Next is General Prayut Chan-o-cha, Prime Minister of Thailand from the western direction, followed by President of the National Legislative Assembly Ponpet Vichit Cholachai from northwestern direction, and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court Chief Julamon in the northern direction, and Professor Emeritus Jarat Suvarnavera, the Royal Scholar from northeastern direction. We are waiting here to the auspicious time to start the anointment or the Abhisek water, which will be offered from the 8 representative of the 8 cardinal directions of the compass at the Atatit Utumporn Raja Asana throne here in a moment.
And besides the 8 cardinal directions that His Majesty will receive the anointment waters from, he will also repeat one more direction, which is the eastern direction, one more time, and receive the anointment water from General Anupong Paujinda, the Minister of Interior. This 9th occasion, the 9th iteration of receiving the anointment water will represent the direction to the heavenly abode or the heaven direction, where His Majesty the King is believed to be the incarnation of God. And of course, the receiving of the water in this 9th direction will represent the receiving of water in the heavenly abode or the heavenly residence of King. So that will complete the process of all 9 directions, besides the 8 cardinal directions. We'll add on another direction representing the heavenly abode in the sky, to mark the occasion that not only His Majesty will be the ruler of earth, but he will also be the ruler of the sky as well. obviously the Brahmin priests are now waiting, holding in their hands the conch shells containing the lustral water to be poured over the hands of His Majesty. The Thai tradition is so intertwined with Brahmanism and Buddhism altogether, and it's a perfect blend of the two religions. It's commonly practiced both at the royal court ceremonies and also in the common way of life of the Thai people. The two religions have somehow smoothly blended together to form the way of life of the Thai people. If one ever has any opportunity to observe any Thai rituals, be they in the royal court or in the palace or in the ordinary way of life of Thai people, one would observe the mixture or the blend of Buddhism and Brahmanism together in the tradition or in the rituals that are practiced by the general public.
The sequence of the anointment, as mentioned earlier, also will followed by the Brahmin, the chief Brahmin priest of the royal court, who will humbly offer the Brahmin holy water from the eastern direction after the circumambulated around the 8 cardinal directions of the compass. And His Majesty the King will turn his face into the clockwise direction to receive the holy water. He then be presented Nopapadon Mahasawetachat, or the 9-tiered white umbrella of state that signifies the kingship, and to complete the process of to be the fully invested monarch. Here in the hall is part of the Papahamontian group, which were built in 1785. Papahamontian group consists of different residences and halls. Paisan Thaksin Throne Hall contains, among the other things, the octagonal throne, the Atatit Utumporn Throne Hall, where His Majesty King to be presented with the anointment water from the selected persons representing the 8 directions of the compass, and the Patarabit throne, from which he will receive the royal golden plaque and of his official title, the official of the royal regalia, and the ancient and auspicious orders, and the weapons of sovereignty. The king will also crown himself with the great crown of victory at this throne. The great crown of victory is part of the royal regalia. Here at the Paisan Thaksin Throne Hall, the hall is located between the front audience hall of Jakapat Piman Royal Residence and the Amarintra Vinishai Throne Hall. The building has the structure of a long, open, elevated room facing east and west.
Now, looking at the items of high orders, which His Majesty, once he arrived to this throne hall, he first came to pay respect to, containing Buddha images and the images of the Brahmin gods, the Hindu gods, the Ganesh, as well as other items of personal belongings containing things like the Great Crown of Victory, the Sword of Victory, the Royal Fly Whisk, the Royal Slippers, as well as other swords passed on from various reigns of Chakri dynasty in the background there.
Yes, the royal regalia or the เครื่องราชกกุฏภัณฑ์ the เบญจราชกกุฏภัณฑ์ consists of the first one is the royal regalia is a symbol of being the king. In other perception, the royal regalia were treated as an identification of royal dignity. 5 royal possessions are called Benja Rachaka Kuttapan. Since the Sukhothai period, the royal possessions have been collected as we may be able to see now on the left hand side, placed in the pavilion. On the right hand side, far back, is the Pamahapichai Mongkut or the royal crown. This royal accessory was made during the reign of King Rama I, inlaid with gold and studded with 9 precious gemstones. The biggest one is embedded on top. The royal crown means the crown of the days in heaven, where God Indra, the ruler of the second heaven, Dawdung. In ancient time, the royal crown was as significant as other regalia. Later, King Rama IV decided to follow the rule of the European royal household. A dignity of the king was recognized when he was wearing a crown. Since then, the royal crown has become the most important among all the royal regalia. Another item of the Benja Rachaka Kuttapan or the royal regalia is the royal sword, the weapon of the king. Pakhan or the sword means wisdom in governing the country. The story has been told that the sword was found at the very bottom of the Khmer Lake in Siem Reap before being brought to Thailand, and that's why the names of both entrances of the Grand Palace ended with the word Chai Si as the name of the royal sword. Another item of the royal regalia, of the 5 royal regalia items, is called the royal cane or Than Phakron, originally called Than Phakron Chayapruk, as a cane was made of the Chayapruk wood or the Cassia nadasa, covered with gold, cast iron, and gold embedded at both head and tail. The cane looks like a walking stick used by Buddhist monk in a ceremonial rite. The 4th item of the royal regalia is called Wanvishani or the royal fan. Wanvishani has been used as both a fan and a whisk. In an ancient explanation, Wanvishani has been called Jamon, a whisk made of tails hair of Jamari. Wanvishani was originally made of palm leaf. King Rama IV considered that Wanvishani, the word Wan means cow's hair, called Jamari. Therefore, the king had a whisk made of the hair of Jamari, while the handle was made of glass. The whisk was used together with Wanvishani fan, which was made of palm leaf. Handle and other parts were gold inlaid. The last item of the Benja Rachaka Kuttapan or the 5 items of the royal regalia is the royal arch footwear or Charong Phabat Cheung Ngon. The royal arch footwear originally came from glass footwear, which means land under the Pasimane mountain, and where all people dwell. King Rama first had the royal arch footwear made as part of royal regalia following an ancient Indian style.
Now, we did talk about the blend of Buddhism and Brahmanism together to form this perfect integral part of the Thai tradition. I'd like to emphasize on the importance of Brahmanism in the practice of the royal court. And of course, the Brahmanism has been passed on from centuries through the generations on the reigns of the kings of Thailand. And Brahmanism has become an integral part of the Thai society and a complementary part, in fact, in parallel fashion with Buddhism. The Brahmanism actually has the place at the spiritual heart of Thailand, dating back to the very beginnings of statehood, and their influence is inextricably bound up with that of the national faith, which is Buddhism. More than 95% of the Thai population is Buddhist in practice as well as name, and the religion is one of the society's most cohesive and stabilizing forces, Buddhism that is. And yet Buddhism has historically been a tolerant creed, and other doctrines have also been allowed the freedom of expression in Thailand, where today numerous minority religions are practiced as well, such as Islam, Hinduism, Taoism, various Christian denominations, and others. Among these minority religions are Brahmanism, and which is the ancient religion of India and the forerunner of both Hinduism and Buddhism. Numerically, it is the smallest of the minority faiths in Thailand. In influence and meaning, it is of the highest importance. Because of this, Brahmanism can scarcely be compared with other faiths. In its strict form, it may be professed and practiced by a few, lay and ordained alike, yet its function underpins all important royal ceremonies as well as many of the beliefs that direct the daily lives of ordinary folk. And today there are just 10 Brahmin priests in Bangkok who are attached to the royal household and whose spiritual home and physical abode in some cases is the capital's one Brahmin temple. The Tewasathan temple is located in the heart of Bangkok, and this is where the Brahmin priests reside. So a very important religion, if you like, Brahmanism, which blends in really well with the practice observed by the royal court.
Well, even though in most countries the most important act in the coronation of monarch is when the crown is being placed on the head, however in Thailand, follow the Brahmin and Buddhist traditions as Captain Surachan mentioned, the heart of the ritual is mainly water-based, and there are two steps which are the purification bath known as Songpamurathapisek or ablution that we have just witnessed, and another one is the anointing, which is about to happen in a moment. The anointing with sacred water or the abhisek water is the act of pouring the water as from the 8 representative of the 8 cardinal directions starting from the east side, and the series of ceremonies when His Majesty King will formally ascend to the throne will also finish with when the chief Brahmin priest of the royal court present His Majesty King the 9-tiered white umbrella of state, which symbolizes the kingship In a moment, the anointment or the abhisek, offering the water from the 8 representative of the 8 cardinal direction of the compass at the Atatit Utumpon Raj Asana throne will start, and it will start from the east side. In a moment, His Majesty the King will arrive, changing to the regal vestment, which is the elaborate, highly decorated, traditional Thai costume, which is composed of a golden embroidered jacket and traditional silk shirt, and later on His Majesty will sit to graciously receive the abhisek water from the 8 representative of the compass here at the Atatit Utumpon Raja Asana in Paisan Thaksin front hall. The orders from the east direction, the eastern direction, is His Serene Highness Pusan Sawadiwat. On the eastern direction, then His Serene Highness Mongkol Chalerm Yukhon. In the southeastern direction, followed by His Serene Highness Lieutenant General Chalerm Suk Yukhon from southern direction. After that, General Prem Dinasulanon, the President of the Privy Council, from the southwestern direction. Next would be General Prayut Chan-o-cha, the Prime Minister of Thailand, offering the abhisek water from the western direction. And then the President of the National Legislative Assembly, Ponpet Vichit Chomachai, from the northwestern direction, and Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Chief Julamon, from the northern direction, and the Professor Emeritus Jalat Suwarnavela, the Royal Scholar, from the northeastern direction.
That would cover all the 8 directions and one additional direction, which is the direction considered to be from the above or the heavenly abode, and that will have General Anupong Paujinda, the Minister of Interior, to pour the lustral water over the hands of His Majesty, and that will actually take place in the same cardinal direction of His Serene Highness Admiral Busan Swadiwat as well, in the eastern direction. So that will make up all the 8 directions plus one additional direction from the north or from the above, having the Minister of Interior, General Anupong Paujinda, to pour the lustral waters over his hands. And of course, this is a great angle, great camera angle, seeing the 2 thrones in the picture here, with the Atatit Utumpon Raja Art, or the throne of octagonal shape, as well as the Patrabit throne in the background there. And now moving on to another great camera angle of Amarintra Vinichai Throne Hall, where other representatives are seated to take part in the ceremony as well. In the front there, the 2 chairs are the royal chairs of Their Majesties, the King and Queen, where they will be seated to receive the audience of the attendants or the participants attending this coronation of King Rama X. And just behind the royal chairs there, you see the pavilion and raised on a high base. That pavilion houses Buddha statue, where His Majesty, when he first arrived, also paid respect to the Buddha statue before the procedure of the ablution and of course the anointment ceremony began just early this morning.
In Thailand, the water or the holy water, the luster water taken from various important sources of water are very important and is considered as a significant part of the coronation of King Rama X that's followed the tradition of Brahmin and Buddhist rites. Earlier, during the month of April, there were the ceremonies to collect water from 5 different rivers in Thailand and also from 4 ponds to be consecrated, as well as the water from altogether there are water from 108 sources across the Kingdom of Thailand to be consecrated and then transfer to the Ministry of Interior in Bangkok. And later on, the water was also consecrated in Bangkok at Wat Sutat, which is one of Bangkok's oldest temple and most important temple, for a final consecration ceremony. Then this water was transferred in a procession from Wat Sutat to be kept at the temple of the Emerald Buddha to be used during the purification and Abhisek or the anointment ceremony today. Another preparation also took place as the inscription of the royal golden plaque and of His Majesty's official title and His Majesty royal golden plaque of the seal were made at the temples of the Emerald Buddha before being transferred here as part of the royal items or the items of high nobilities for His Majesty the King.
And in this Amarantra Vinichai throne hall, I mentioned earlier, the pavilion that houses the Buddha statues representing the reigns of different kings of the Chakri dynasty. The back of the hall is Butsabok Mala Mahachakapat Piman. This is a very unusually shaped throne which houses the Buddha images, and this throne is flanked by 2 gilded 7-tiered umbrellas. The throne is shaped like a boat with a spire pavilion in the middle. This elevated pavilion represents Mount Meru, the center of Buddhist and Hindu cosmology. The throne is decorated with colored enamels and stones as well as Deva Garuda figures. The throne was once used for giving royal audiences. This very unusually shaped throne of a boat is another significant throne, and of course the decoration around it, both at the base of the throne and also in the actual pavilion which houses the Buddha statues, are so immaculate and beautifully done by the craftsmen. And in the background, just behind the throne, you can see the Brahmin priests waiting in the Paisan Taksin Throne Hall, which is the adjacent building to this Amarintra Vinichai Throne Hall. Now, to the front of that throne sits another Puttan Kanchana Singhat. This is the throne topped by the massive royal nine-tiered umbrella, an important symbol of Thai kingship. The different tiers represents the king's power and prestige, which extends in 8 directions, the 4 cardinal directions and the 4 sub-cardinal directions. And the final and the 9th tier represents the central direction descending into the earth. These giant umbrellas usually deposited above important royal thrones, and out of the 7 of which are currently in Bangkok, 6 of these umbrellas are situated within the vicinity of the Grand Palace, and another is situated above the throne within the Anantasamakum throne hall of the Dusit Palace. The throne is made up of multi-layered squared platforms with a seat in the middle. The throne is used for the first royal audience of each king's reign and for annual birthday celebrations and other royal receptions. It was from this throne that King Rama II received John Crawford, the first British envoy to Siam in almost 200 years ago in 1821. So another important item for the Amarintra Vinichai Throne Hall. Now a closer look at the Buddha images housed in the Busabok Mala Maha Chakrapat Piman throne, representing the reigns of each king of the Chakri dynasty.
The Abhisek water, or the water to be anointed today, is a sacred water which was collected since April the 6th from 5 main rivers referred to as Benja Sutta Kongka, representing 5 rivers in India, or the 5 pure streams. Here we use 5 rivers, include Bangpakong, Pasak, Chao Phraya, and Ratchaburi, Phetchaburi province. Water also taken from 4 sacred ponds from Suphanburi province. And later on, this consecrated water used during the purification contained in water vessels. And this water to be used during the anointment are drawn from 177 or 108 sources from all provinces throughout the Kingdom of Thailand. And in a moment, after the anointment, the chief Brahmin priest of the royal court will humbly present the king with the Nopapadon Mahasavetachat, the 9-tiered white umbrella of state, to symbolize kingship. And this is for a king who has been ceremonially crowned. It is a 9-tiered white umbrella made of white cloth. Each tier is bordered with 3 rows of gold trim. Now the representative from various sectors represents Thai people are standing, awaiting for the moment that His Majesty King will arrive at the Tit Utumphorn throne to start the anointment ceremony or the offering of the Abhisek water from the 8 representative of the 8 cardinal directions of the compass at the Atatit Utumpon throne, and later will be the presentation of the royal throne and the royal regalia. The king will then rest in regal vestment, which is the elaborate and highly decorated traditional Thai costume. And this is composed of a golden embroidered jacket with traditional silk shirt.
Of course, standing awaiting for the arrival of His Majesty the King from Prasulalai Piman chamber are the officials and the royal descendants representing people from all walks of life, and they will conduct the pouring of the water over the hands of His Majesty in all 8 directions, and one additional direction in the central direction to be done by the Minister of Interior, General Anupong Paujinda, to represent the heavenly abode. This practice or the event that is about to take place here is very symbolic to represent the power and the sovereign rights of His Majesty, which will cover in all 8 directions throughout the nation, throughout the kingdom, including the 9th direction, which comes from the heavenly abode. As I mentioned earlier, that obviously the king is believed to be the reincarnation of the God from heavenly abode, so he is representing as the ruler of both land and heaven as well. So 9 directions or 9 places that he would cover his reign over the territory.
Standing, waiting, are the representative representing Thai people. Here on the eastern direction is His Serene Highness Busan Sawadiwat. Next, in the southeastern direction is His Serene Highness Mongkol Chalerm Yukhon. From the southern direction is His Serene Highness Lieutenant General Chalerm Suk Yukhon.
Now His Majesty arrives and will take the seat on the Atatit Utumpon Raja throne. And now we will begin the process of pouring the lustral waters in 8 cardinal directions, as well as the central direction above. Of having His Serene Highness Admiral Busan Sawadiwat begin the process of pouring the lustral water over the hands of His Majesty in the eastern direction. And then he will move to the clockwise direction, which is considered to be the auspicious direction, or around the 8 directions, and then finish off the process of pouring the water with the Minister of Interior, General Anupong Paujinda, to represent the central direction from heavenly abode.
The chief Brahmin priest of the royal court, พระมหาราชครูพิธีศรีวิสุทธิคุณ offer the lustral water and the bay leaf as king tucked the bay leaf on the right, his right ear. Next direction, while His Majesty the King turned clockwise, is His Serene Highness มงคลเฉลิมยุคน from the southeastern direction.
And of course, the sequence will follow suit with the chief of the Brahmin priests pouring the blessed or the lustral water for His Majesty the King to anoint over his forehead.
His Majesty then turned to the southern direction. His Serene Highness Lieutenant General เฉลิมศักดิ์ยุคน humbly offered the lustral water to His Majesty the King.
So we just had the President of the Privy Council, General Prem Tinasulanon, offering or the pouring of the lustral water to the container received by His Majesty the King. And now moving on to the Prime Minister of Thailand, General Prayut Chan-o-cha.
General Prayut Chan-o-cha humbly offered the Abhisek water to His Majesty the King on the western direction. Of the National Legislative Assembly, Pongpet Vichichorchai, humbly offer the Abhisek water from the northwestern side of the direction of the compass at the Atatit Utumpon throne.
Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, His Excellency Chief Julamon, now presenting or offering water to His Majesty.
Professor Emeritus Jada Suwanvela, the Royal Scholar, humbly offer Abhisek water from the northeastern direction.
Now, General Anupong Paujinda, Minister of Interior, offering the lustral water to represent the central direction or the heavenly abode. So that would cover all 9 directions altogether, 8 on land and 1 from the heavenly abode of pouring the lustral waters, and to conclude with the offering of the lustral water by the chief Brahmin priest. The chief Brahmin priest of the royal court, Pamaharajaku Pithi Sivisutikun, presented the 9-tiered white umbrella of state to His Majesty the King. This is the Nopapadon Mahasabetachat, the 9-tiered white umbrella of state, signifies king who has been ceremonially crowned and now is considered, after receiving the 9-tiered white umbrella of state, His Majesty is fully invested monarch of the Kingdom of Thailand. This is the most significant ceremony among the coronation of King Rama X. Now moving from the Atatit Utumporn Raja Art throne, which actually has the 7-tiered umbrella. Now His Majesty will move to Patarabit throne, where the 9-tiered umbrella is located. So he's now fully vested as the King of Thailand, having the 9-tiered umbrella above him. So according to the ancient tradition, this is the process that all Thais have been eagerly waiting for the king to be fully crowned as the King of Thailand. And now he will be presented with the lustral water, as well as the royal regalia and the items for the king.
Now that the chief Ramin priest of the royal court, พระมหาราชครูพิธีศรีวิสุทธิคุณ is starting another procedure, which is the mantra to praise, signifies the opening of the Gairat mountain that consider the heaven abode, as now the king is considered as the incarnation of Vishnu. As we mentioned earlier, that the ceremony is being followed of the intermingle of Buddhism and Hinduism.
chief Brahmin priest has already announced the mantra to open the Mount Grailat, or another name of Sumen.
ดารานิคาติโลดารานิคาติกัมรัมดารานิวานิพุญญามภาคาโอวิชัยวิชัยมาติมหากรยาสะปาติมหากรยักษณโตปาติเมนาสนักนารายณ์ปริยมาระโตปัจยามะสุปริทคันตุมปริทารันโตทัเยบะกุมปริบะกุมปริบิธัญญาเนยาเนสัตตรูนาสัมนาสัมภัยตัสสะไอยะมุหัยมุหัยยะกันนะกันนะกินเนกินเนอุนหาเรเนเตรจัตุวะเตรดาสิระมอสินเตรวะเรมุทัตรัตระมัตถตุนสังสัทธาเตรรมัสตุวินาศนังหริโอมสวัสดินาถปฏินาถบรมราชาปฏิปาตาปะกราทุขันโดสุจามิกระปตัมระสัมภาปภารัมระสัมภาธิโรริธิโรรักยักษาประทมยักษ์มริกธานุสาโทจันโมทโกทิวาทิวาโสมนโชชโตโชคตาเนสนานาจันมะทโกทวาทิวาโสโชชะตาหิงคาเฮลาธิรามอินทิทิยาปรานิคุมปรานิคันสัตติทัตตุนปรานิคากรณิชแนพระจันละโกรัคันปรินามันดราวิเวพระมาณปุราสวาอิสวาสุสุนากิริติสัตราสัตนัยเนหริโอมวิไลระทิตาตาปรมาราสีมะวันนี้ครับว่าละอองธุลีพระบาทของพระธรรมข้าพุทธเจ้าขอถวายชัยขอสมเด็จพระเจ้าหัวพระปรเมนทรรามาธิบดีศรีสินธระมหาวชิราลงกรณ์พระวชิรญาณเกล้าเจ้าอยู่หัวขอทรงรับพระมหาสิริราชสมบัติถวัลยราชสมบัติขอจงทรงแผ่ปกครองทั่วปัตภีดลขอจงทรงชำระอริราชดัตกรทุกเมื่อเถิดโดยกล่าวโดยกระหม่อมขอเดชะ
เราจะสื่อสารรักษาและต่อยอดและรองแผ่นดินโดยทำเพื่อประโยชน์สุขแห่งอาณาราษฎรตลอดไป
พระบรมราชโองการปฐมธรรมิกราชวาจาด้วยกล่าวโดยกระหม่อมขอเดชะ
ขอเดชะฝ่าละอองธุลีพระบาทปกเกล้าปกกระหม่อมประกาศสถาปนาสมเด็จพระนางเจ้าสุธิดาพัชรสุธาภิมลลักษณ์พระบรมราชินีพระบาทสมเด็จพระปรเมนทรรามาธิบดีศรีสินมหาวชิราลงกรณ์มหิศรภูมิพลราชวรางกูลกิติสิริสมบูรณ์อดุลยเดชสยามินทราธิเบศรราชวโรดมบรมนาถบพิตรพระวชิรเกล้าเจ้าอยู่หัวมีพระบรมราชโองการโปรดเกล้าโปรดกระหม่อมให้ประกาศว่าโดยที่ทรงพระราชดำริว่าตามราชประเพณีสืบมาแต่โบราณเมื่อสมเด็จพระมหากษัตริยาธิราชเจ้าได้เสด็จเถลิงถวัลยราชสมบัติบรมราชาภิเษกแล้วย่อมโปรดให้สถาปนาเฉลิมพระเกียรติยศสมเด็จพระอัครมเหสีขึ้นเป็นสมเด็จพระบรมราชินีและในครั้งนี้ก็มีพระราชฤทัยประสงค์ที่จะให้เป็นไปตามโบราณราชประเพณีนั้นจึงมีพระบรมราชโองการโปรดเกล้าโปรดกระหม่อมให้ประกาศสถาปนาเฉลิมพระเกียรติยศสมเด็จพระราชินีสุธิดาขึ้นเป็นสมเด็จพระนางเจ้าสุธิดาพัชรสุธาภิมลลักษณ์พระบรมราชินีให้มีพระเกียรติยศสมบูรณ์ตามราชประเพณีดังกล่าวนั้นจงทุกประการขอพระอานุภาพแห่งคุณพระศรีรัตนตรัยและเทพเจ้าทั้งหลายจงดลบันดาลอภิบาลรักษาสมเด็จพระนางเจ้าสุธิดาพัชรสุธาภิมลลักษณ์พระบรมราชินีให้ทรงเจริญพระชนมายุพันนะสุขะพละปฏิภาณธนสารสมบัติสัพพสิริสวัสดิ์พิพัฒนมงคลอัฏฐวิบูลย์มนูญผลสกลเกียรติยศเดชานุภาพมโหฬาร ทุกประการเทินประกาศณวันที่ 4 พฤษภาคม พุทธศักราช 2562 เป็นปีที่ 4 ในรัชกาลปัจจุบันด้วยเกล้าด้วยกระหม่อมขอเดชะ
ritual conducted by the Brahmin priests, offering the mantra and the prayer of blessing to His Majesty the King. Obviously, the King then followed by uttering the first utterance of reigning with righteousness for the happiness of all people. Then, follow that process, His Majesty then graciously appointed the Queen with the new title of Her Majesty the Queen, being the Royal Consort, fully fitted to be by his side as the Queen of Thailand. And of course, after that announcement and proclamation by His Majesty the King to appoint Her Majesty the Queen as his royal consort, then His Majesty followed by sprinkle the flower petals in the form of gold and silver petals to the Brahmin priests and to the members of the royal family. As you can see now, they're picking these beautiful gold and silver flowers as part of the offerings of His Majesty the King to bless the occasion.
We have witnessed earlier the anointment ceremony, and later on, His Majesty the King received the 9-tiered white umbrella of state, signifies he's fully invested as a monarch of the Kingdom of Thailand. Later on, the chief Brahmin priest of the royal court recited his prayer of benediction in Bali Sanskrit, in Bali language, after which His Majesty responded by issuing the first royal command in Thai, vowing to provide righteous protection for the benefits of the Thai people. Then the chief Brahmin accepted the first royal command, followed by His Majesty the King performed the gesture of pouring water as an offering to the goddess of the earth to ratify his responsibility of ruling righteously over the royal kingdom. The royal proclamations of the establishment of Her Majesty the Queen, followed by the royal golden plaques of Her Majesty the Queen's official title and the royal insignia of Her Majesty the Queen.
And now His Majesty the King has retreated to Chakrapat Piman Throne Hall. Well, he will again, in just a short while, return to this location to continue with further procedures of the ceremony on this occasion.
This morning, the royal purification or the ablution ceremony or ออบสงฆ์พระมฤทัยพิเศษ was performed, followed by the anointment ceremony or the offering of the abhisek water from the 8 representatives of the 8 cardinal directions of the compass at the Atatit Utumpon Raja Asana throne and the presentation of the royal throne and the royal regalia by the chief Brahmin priest of the royal court. Then the royal proclamations of the establishment of Her Majesty the Queen that we have witnessed here at Paisan Thaksin Throne Hall in the compound of the Grand Palace. After the king received the anointment water or the Abhisek water and the 9-tiered white umbrella of state, he is considered as a fully invested monarch of the Kingdom of Thailand.
And of course, one important thing to note during this ceremony is the first utterance or the first words that His Majesty announced during the coronation. This is considered to be the most auspicious and most revered phrase or the words of his reign. The unofficial translation for this would be that he will rule the kingdom or reign the kingdom by following the guidance or the royal guidance of the previous monarchs, the wishes of the previous monarchs, and will rule with righteousness for the benefits of all people for eternity. And that first utterance is the most significant utterance and often will be referred to wherever His Majesty travels. And of course, these words are very, very important for the Thai people of all walks of life, as they will uphold these words to their heart, being the words of the royalty of the king to rule the country and follow the utterance that he has made.
So the ceremonies today, starting from the morning up until now, reflect traditional belief in Thailand that followed the Brahmin and Buddhist rites. In the ancient time, the most important step of the Parashapiti Baramarashabhisek or coronation ceremony was when a king received a lustral water at the Atatit Utumpon throne and become fully regarded in his capacity as the King of Thailand. In accordance with the royal ancient tradition, the word Baramarashabhisek means the humble offering of lustral water to a king. Later, King Rama V adopted the Western style of coronation ceremony when the Pope placed a crown upon the head of a European king. The process of placing a royal crown upon the Thai monarch's head was therefore added as part of the coronation ceremony, in continuity with the receipt of the lustral water, differing only in that a Brahmin priest humbly offers the royal crown to the Thai king, who then placed it himself on his head. And we have witnessed that today. And even though in most countries the most important act or in the coronation of the monarch is when the king, the crown is being placed on the head. However, in Thailand, follow the Brahmin and Buddhist traditions. the heart of the ritual is mainly water-based and require 2 steps, which are the purification bath, known as Song Pamurata Pisek or ablution, and the other one is the anointing or with sacred water or the lustral water or the Apisek water. When the king received the Apisek water from 8 representatives, here are the key Thai leaders, including Prime Minister General Prayut Chan-o-cha, President of the Privy Council General Prem Tinasulanon, President of the National Legislative Assembly Phonphet Vichitcholachai, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court Chief Julamon, and the Royal Scholar Professor Emeritus Jala Suvarnavera, along with the senior ranking members of the royal family, namely His Serene Highness Admiral Pusan Sawattiwat, His Serene Highness Mongkol Chalerm Yukhon, His Serene Highness Lieutenant General Chalerm Suk Yukhon. These are the 8 representatives who humbly presented their Apisek water onto His Majesty the King Rama X, who wore a greasy gold robe and embroidered plants. When the king sat on an octagonal throne in the elaborate Paisan Thaksin throne hall here, the king also wore a bay leaf tucked behind his right ear. Bay leaves considered auspicious and victory in Thailand.
And earlier during the coronation procedure, obviously we may have heard in the background the sound of the cannons being fired. All in all, 101 gun salute were fired by the artillery units of the 3 services, namely the Royal Thai Army, Royal Thai Navy and Royal Thai Air Force, joining force together to fire the gun salute to honor His Majesty the King. And of course, besides those 101 gun salutes, we also had the gun salute fired by the smaller cannons within the ground of the Grand Palace. These cannons were named Maharek, Mahachai, Mahachak, and Mahaprapyuk. All these names are very auspicious in terms of showing or displaying the power and might of His Majesty and offering the blessing to His Majesty as well. These 4 cannons, the smaller cannons, were fired 10 rounds each to honor His Majesty as well, besides the cannons fired by the services of the Army, Navy and Air Force. And now we can consider the significant part of the coronation as complete, as His Majesty is now adjourned for a brief moment before he returns to Paisan Thaksin Throne Hall and continue with the morning ceremony of Buddhist chanting of prayer and blessing to His Majesty. And eventually a representative monk will extinguish the flame or the candle flame that was lit yesterday since the beginning of the ceremony to complete the whole process of the coronation. As you can see in the housing there, in the white housing, there's the candle which was lit yesterday, and that will be extinguished to conclude the morning ceremony. So again, for a better understanding of the Thai tradition, it's customary that when we will begin the ceremony, usually with Buddhist monks chanting prayer and with the Brahmin ritual conducted in between the ceremony, and then closing off the ceremony with the Buddhist monks chanting prayer to conclude the process. So this is how the normal Thai tradition is performed. Especially the royal court observes this tradition strictly.
The ceremony of purification and anointment, which is pouring water, the abhiषेक water, and then the king was presented the 90th white umbrella of state by the chief Brahmin priest of the royal court. That means that His Majesty becomes the fully fledged king of Thailand. In a moment, there will be the procedure of the coronation. It includes the granting of an audience and the formal declaration of faith, demonstrating his willingness to become the royal patron of Buddhism, and by paying homage to the royal relics of previous kings and queens. There will also be the assumption of the royal residence ceremony and the procession of circumambulation around the city. This will happen tomorrow, late afternoon. That this is the symbolic that represents the entire realm of the kingdom. Once again, we are witnessing the most important procedure of the coronation of King Rama X. And earlier, His Majesty the King attended the purification or the Song Pamurata Pisek and the anointment ceremony. His Majesty then was presented the 90th white umbrella of state and the royal regalia, as well as the royal decorations and the royal utensils. And then followed was the royal proclamations of the establishment of Her Majesty the Queen, when Her Majesty the Queen humbly received the royal golden plaques of the official titles of Her Majesty the Queen and the royal insignia. In a while, there will be the granting audience as well as the announcement to support Buddhism in the late afternoon.
As right now His Majesty returns from Chakapapiman throne hall. Where he'll complete the morning ceremony with the chanting of the Buddhism or the Buddhist monks to conclude the morning ceremony of coronation. Now proceeding now to the Paisan Thaksin throne hall. And through the gates to the Amarintra Vinichai throne hall.
His Majesty proceeded through the gate of Thevarat Mahed. There the venerable monks await to perform the chant praise, and inside the hall are the members, senior members of the royal families, as well as representative of public sectors.
Their Majesties the King and Queen now seated together, and the Somdet Prawanarat from Bawar Niwed Vihan Temple now proceeds to extinguish the light or the flame of the auspicious candle, which was lit yesterday since the beginning of the ceremony. And then the monks will chant the blessing to conclude the morning session.
Ate na sa che na suva มาธิมานันตริกัญญมาอุสมาธินาเตนะสมโมนาเวจติธรรมิธรรมเมรัตนังปณิตังเอเตนะสัจเจนะสุวัตติโหตุเยปุคลาอัตตสตังปัสสัทธาจัตตาริเอตานิยุคานิโหติเตตากินายาสุขตาสัสสาวกาเนเตสุตินานิมหาปลานิตังมิสังเกรตนังปณิตังเมเตนะสัจเจนะสุวัตติโหตุเยสุปโยตมนัสสะตันเนนะเนกามิโนโคตมัสสะสนามิเตปาติปัตตาอมตังวิกายอาลาธามุทานิพุเตงปุญจมานาอิธรรมิสังเกรตนังบณิตังเอเตนะสัจเจนะสุวัตติโหตุขีนังปุรานังวังนาติสัมภวังวิราชจิตตยติเกภวัสมิงเตขีนปิชาอวิรุณนิจันตานิพันติติรายตายามปฏิปอหิตังมิสังเกรตนังปณิตังเอเตนะสัจเจนะสุวัตติโหตุสัพพะโรกวินิโมตโตสัพพสันตาภวะจิตโตสัพพเวรมติกันโตยถาทิโปจนิพุตโต
Among chant prayers, the king offered the four necessities to venerable monks, starting from His Holiness Supreme Patriarch of Thailand, then Somdet Pawanarat, the abbot of Bawanivet Vihan Temple, Somdet Patiriyan Muni from Thep Srintravat Temple, Somdet Paputthajan from Taimit Vithayaram Temple, พระพรหมวชิรยาน from Yanava Temple พระวิสุทธิวงศ์สาจารย์ from ปากน้ำ Temple พระพรหมจริยาจารย์ from กะพังสุรินทร์ Temple as well as monks present here. Altogether, there are 80 venerable monks across the Kingdom of Thailand to chant prayers and give blessing here at Paisan Thaksin Throne Hall, as most of the significant ceremonies are held.
And of course, that took place early morning, since 10 o'clock, 10:09, which was the auspicious time that the ceremony first started, and continue on till now. And we are at the conclusion, in fact, of the morning ceremony, which was performed with the blend of Buddhist ritual as well as the Brahmin ritual of coronation of King Rama X. The concluding part of the ceremony, as we are witnessing now, is the presentation of the necessities or tokens of appreciation as offering to the 80 monks taking part in this morning session. And once all monks receive the necessities or the tokens of appreciation, then His Majesty the King will return to his royal chair, and then we'll pour the water as part of the offering to the angels and the ancestors to receive this blessing together through the water. And then he will retreat by paying the respect to the Buddha statues located in Butsabokmala, which is the throne housing the Buddha statues representing the past monarchs of the Chakri dynasty, to the back of the royal chairs, and then exit through Prathawan Thevarat Mahed to Chakapat Piman throne hall, where he will spend his private time before we continue with the afternoon ceremony of His Majesty receiving the audience of the members of the royal family as well as the senior officials in Amarintra Vinichai Throne Hall here, due to start at 1400 hours or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And of course, another important event that is due to take place later on today at 4 p.m. This is the proclamation of His Majesty the King as the upholder of Buddhism, which is the principal religion of Thailand. Despite Buddhism being the principal religion of Thailand, there are also other religions of faiths believed by the Thai general public, and these include Brahmanism, Hinduism, Christianity, Islam, as well as other faiths and religions. Even though Buddhism takes up the majority proportion of having the believers in the country, the Thai monarch also upholds other religions and is the supporter of these other religions as well. So to put it in a simpler term, means that Thais can have any faith they would want as long as it's held in peace and respects one another.
After His Majesty the King received the anointment water or the opposite water from 8 representatives and being presented the 90th White Umbrella of State, King then becomes the fully fledged King of Thailand and gave his first royal command to provide righteousness protection to the people of Thailand.
สัพเพปุเรนโตสังกปาจันโทปนรโสยถามณิโชติรโสยถา
สัพพิติโยวิวัจจันตุสัพพะโรโควินาศตุมาเตภวัตวันตรายโยสุขีทีขายุโกภวสัพพิติโยวิวัจจันตุสัพพะโรโควินาศตุมาเตภวัตวันตรายโยสุขีทีขายุโกภวสัพพิติโยวิวัจจันตุสัพพะโรโควินาศตุมาเตภวัตวันตรายโยสุขีทีขายุโกภวะอภิวาทนาสิริสเนจังวุฒาปัจจายโนจัตตารโอธรรมาวัฏันติอายุวันโนสุขังภาลังโสอัตตลัตโตสุขิโตวิรุณโนพุทธัสสะสเนหะโรโคสุขิโตโหอิสหัสสะเปหิยาติปิโสอัตตลัตโตสุขิโตวิรุณโนพุทธัสสะสเนหะโรโคสุขิโตโหหิสหัสสะเพหิยาติปิโสอัตตลัตโตสุขิโตวิรุณโนพุทธัสสะสเนหะโรโคสุขิโตโหหิสหัสสะเพหิยาติปิ
So the monks have finished the chant of prayer and will now depart from the congregation in this Amarintra Vinichai Throne Hall, and will mark the conclusion of the morning ceremony with the departure of Their Majesties the King and Queen to Chakrapartiman Throne Hall, which is located.
อติเรกวัสสตังชีวตุอติเรกวัสสตังชีวตุทีฆายโกโหตุอโรโกโหตุทีฆายโกโหตุอโรโกโหตุตรเมนดมหาราชาสราชินีสิทธิกิจจังสิทธิกัมมังสิทธิลาโภสโยนิจังปรเมนดมหาราชวรสาราชินียาสหะโพธุสัพพทาขอถวายพระพร
สัพพัมพุทธานุภาเวนัสสัพพธัมมานุภาเวนัสสัพพสังฆานุภาเวนะพุทธรัตนังธัมมรัตนังสังฆรัตนังเตนังรัตนานังอนุภาเวนะจตุราเสติสหัสสะธัมมา พยาเวระโสกาสัจจุปัตตวะอเนกาอันตรายาภิวินาสันตุจเตจะสัจจยสิทธิธนังลาภังโสติภาคยังสุขังพลังสิริอายุจวันโนจะโพกังวุติจยสวัสตวัสสะจะอายุจะชีวสิทธิภวันตุเตภวตุสัพพมังคลังรากันตุสัพพเทวตาสัพพพุทธานุภาเวนัสตาโสติภวันตุเตภวตุสัพพมังคลังรากันตุสัพพเทวตาสัพพธรรมานุภาเวนัสตาโสติภวันตุเตภวตุสัพพมังคลังรากันตุสัพพเทวตาสัพพสังฆานุภาเวนัสตาโสติภวันตุเตขอถวายพระพรเจริญพระราชสิริสวัสดิ์พิพัฒนมงคลพระชนมสุขทุกประการจงมีแด่สมเด็จบรมบพิตรพระราชสมภารพระองค์สมเด็จพระธรรมิกมหาราชาธิราชเจ้าผู้ทรงพระคุณอันประเสริฐเวลานี้สมควรแล้วอัตมภาพทั้งปวงขอถวายพระพรลาแด่สมเด็จบรมบพิตรพระราชสมภารพระองค์พระราชสมภารเจ้าทั้งสองพระองค์ผู้ทรงพระคุณอันประเสริฐขอถวายพระพร
Venerable monks chant prayer and the abbot of Bawaniwet Vihan Temple, Somdet Pawanarat, gave the blessing. And later, monks will depart the hall. That will conclude the ceremonies in the morning, and in the afternoon there will be the granting of an audience. The formal declaration of faith demonstrating his willingness to become the royal patron of Buddhism, and by paying homage to the royal relics of previous kings and queens. In addition, there is also the assumption of the royal residence ceremony. Now monks are departing the hall. Mostly today, the ceremonies follow rites. In the ancient time, the most important step of Parashapati Baroma Racha Pisek or coronation ceremony was when the king received the lustral water at the Atatit throne and became fully regarded in his capacity as the king of Thailand. In accordance with royal ancient tradition, the word Barom Racha Pisek means the humble offering of lustral water to a king. Later, King Rama V adopted the Western style of coronation ceremony, when the Pope lays a crown upon the head of a European king, the process of placing a royal crown upon the Thai monarch's head was therefore added as part of the coronation ceremony in continuity with the receipt of the lustral water, differing only in that a Brahmin priest humbly offers the royal crown to the Thai king, who then places it himself on his head.
And now Their Majesties, in particular His Majesty the King, will now pay the respect to the Buddha statues at the Butsabok Mala Mahachakapatpiman throne before he adjourns to conclude the morning ceremony.
His Majesty the King has become the fully fledged King of Thailand, the King Rama X of Chakri dynasty, which is the present dynasty of Thailand, represented by an emblem consisting of chakra or a three-pronged weapon or tri.
And of course through the gates of Pratawan Tewarat Mahed, now His Majesty is meeting and exchanging conversation with Her Royal Highness Mahachakri Sirinthorn before he adjourns to Chakapatpiman Throne Hall in private.
Their Majesty, the King and the Queen, departing the hall, accompanied with Her Royal Highness Princess Pacharakitiyapha and Her Royal Highness Princess Siriwannawari Narirat.
And of course the throne hall, Chakapatpiman Throne Hall, is considered to be a private chamber where Their Majesties and the King and Queen would officially reside, even though their personal residence is not in this grand palace, but Chakapatpiman is very symbolic in terms of being the royal chamber of the king. So now, with their departure, that will conclude the morning session of the ceremony.
Please stay tuned. In a while, we'll be back with the granting audience. Prior to that, there will be the documentation regarding the coronation of His Majesty King Rama X. สวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ
ชาพิเศษค่ะค่ะสำหรับในช่วงนี้นะคะโทรทัศน์รวมการเฉพาะกิจแห่งประเทศไทยต้องขอลาคุณผู้ชมไปก่อนนะคะพบกันใหม่ในเวลาประมาณ 14:00 น.สวัสดีค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ
สมเด็จพระเจ้าอยู่หัวทรงรับน้ำอภิเษกและเสด็จขึ้นเถลิงถวัลยราชสมบัติเป็นพระมหากษัตริย์โดยสมบูรณ์แล้วจะเสด็จพระราชดำเนินไปประทับยังพระที่นั่งภัทรบิดทิศตะวันตกของพระที่นั่งไพศาลทักษิณ พระที่นั่งภัทรบิดลักษณะคล้ายเก้าอี้ประกอบกงเท้าแขนด้านหลังมีพนักพิงและตั้งโต๊ะเคียงสองข้างสลักปิดทองประดับกระจกขารูปพญานาคราชสำหรับทอดเครื่องราชกุฏภัณฑ์และเครื่องราชูปโภคแต่เดิมปักสัปตะปดลเสวตฉัตรกลางกั้นครั้นในการพระราชพิธีบรมราชาภิเษกพระบาทสมเด็จพระปรมินทรมหาภูมิพลอดุลยเดชบรมนาถบพิตรเปลี่ยนเป็นนพปดลมหาเสวตฉัตรพระบาทสมเด็จพระเจ้าอยู่หัวทรงรับการทูลเกล้าทูลกระหม่อมถวายพระสุพรรณบัตรจารึกพระปรมาภิไธยเฉลิมพระนามพร้อมทรงรับการทูลเกล้าทูลกระหม่อมถวายเครื่องราชกุฏภัณฑ์เครื่องขัตติยราชวราภรณ์และพระแสงอัสดาวุธเบญจราชกุฏภัณฑ์คือสิ่งของเครื่องใช้ที่เป็นเครื่องหมายความเป็นพระราชา5อย่างประกอบด้วยพระมหาพิชัยมงกุฎพระบาทสมเด็จพระพุทธยอดฟ้าจุฬาโลกมหาราชทรงพระกรุณาโปรดเกล้าโปรดกระหม่อมให้สร้างพระแสงขันชัยศรีพระบาทสมเด็จพระพุทธยอดฟ้าจุฬาโลกมหาราชทรงพระกรุณาโปรดเกล้าโปรดกระหม่อมให้ทำด้ามและฝักด้วยทองคำลงยาราชาวดีที่ฝักประดับอัญมณีทานพระกรหรือทานพระกรชัยพฤกษ์ไม้ชัยพฤกษ์หุ้มทองคำวาลวิชนีและพระแท้จามรีเป็นพัดใบตาลปิดทองเรียกว่าพัชนีฝักมะขามพระบาทสมเด็จพระจอมเกล้าเจ้าอยู่หัวทรงมีพระราชดำริวาลวิชนีแปลว่าเครื่องโบกพัดทำด้วยขนจามรีจึงทรงพระกรุณาโปรดเกล้าโปรดกระหม่อมให้สร้างแส้ขนจามรีใช้คู่กันฉลองพระบาทหรือฉลองพระบาทเชิงงอนลักษณะรองเท้าแตะปลายงอนทำด้วยทองคำลงยาราชาวดีฝังเพชรเครื่องขัตติยราชวราภรณ์เครื่องประดับอันเป็นมงคลได้แก่พระสังวาลพราหมณ์ธุรำพระสังวาลนพรัตนราชวราภรณ์และพระสังวาลพระนพพระครูพราหมณ์เป็นผู้ทูลเกล้าทูลกระหม่อมถวายสำหรับพระแสงราชสัตราวุธได้แก่พระแสงราชสัตราพระแสงอัสดาวุธ8พระองค์พระแสงดาบคาบค่ายพระแสงดาบใจเพชรพระแสงเวียดพระแสงฟันปลาพระแสงแฝดและพระแสงฝักทองเกลี้ยงการเสด็จออกมหาสมาคมของพระมหากษัตริย์แต่เดิมจะทรงพระกรุณาโปรดเกล้าโปรดกระหม่อมให้พระบรมวงศานุวงศ์และขุนนางทั้งฝ่ายทหารและพลเรือนเข้าเฝ้าทูลละอองธุลีพระบาททรงรับการถวายราชสมบัติจากนั้นเท้านางกราบบังคมทูลถวาย12พระกำนันรัชสมัยพระบาทสมเด็จพระมงกุฎเกล้าเจ้าอยู่หัวทรงให้ยกเลิกมีเฉพาะการถวายพระพรชัยมงคลจากขุนนางฝ่ายหน้าและค่าทูลละอองธุลีพระบาทฝ่ายในเท่านั้นรัชสมัยพระบาทสมเด็จพระปรมินทรมหาภูมิพลอดุลยเดชบรมนาถบพิตรเสด็จออกมหาสมาคมณพระที่นั่งอมรินทรวินิจฉัยทรงรับการถวายพระพรชัยมงคลจากพระบรมวงศานุวงศ์คณะองคมนตรีคณะรัฐมนตรีและข้าราชการชั้นผู้ใหญ่การเสด็จออกมหาสมาคมเจ้าหน้าที่จะเชิญพระราชพาหนะมาเทียบที่เกยและท่าน้ำประกอบด้วยพระที่นั่งราเชนทรยานพระยาช้างต้นเทียบที่เกยหน้าพระที่นั่งดุสิดาพิรมพระยาม้าต้นเทียบที่สนามหญ้าหน้าพระที่นั่งจักรีมหาปราศาสตร์รถยนต์พระที่นั่งเทียบที่หน้าอัฐจันทร์พระที่นั่งจักรีมหาปราศาสตร์และเรือพระที่นั่งสุพรรณหงษ์เทียบที่ท่าราชวรดิตรัชสมัยพระบาทสมเด็จพระมงกุฎเกล้าเจ้าอยู่หัวทรงพระกรุณาโปรดเกล้าโปรดกระหม่อมให้ประกอบพิธีประกาศพระองค์เป็นพุทธศาสนูปถัมภกในพระบวรพุทธศาสนาพระบาทสมเด็จพระเจ้าอยู่หัวจะเสด็จพระราชดำเนินโดยขบวนราบใหญ่ไปยังพระอุโบสถวัดพระศรีรัตนศาสดารามทรงประกาศพระองค์เป็นพุทธศาสนูปถัมภกท่ามกลางที่ประชุมสงฆ์ซึ่งถือปฏิบัติสืบมาในรัชสมัยพระบาทสมเด็จพระปกเกล้าเจ้าอยู่หัวและพระบาทสมเด็จพระปรมินทรมหาภูมิพลอดุลยเดชบรมนาถบพิตร ต่อมาพระบาทสมเด็จพระเจ้าอยู่หัวเสด็จพระราชดำเนินถวายบังคมพระบรมรูปสมเด็จพระบูรพมหากษัตริยาธิราชซึ่งประดิษฐานอยู่ภายในปราสาทพระเทพบิดรวัดพระศรีรัตนศาสดารามและเสด็จพระราชดำเนินถวายบังคมพระบรมอัฐิพระอัฐิสมเด็จพระบรมราชบุพการีณพระที่นั่งดุสิตมหาปราสาทในพระบรมมหาราชวังพระราชพิธีเฉลิมพระราชมณฑียนคือการบรรทมประทับค้างคืนในพระบรมมหาราชวังเป็นพระราชพิธีสำคัญเกี่ยวเนื่องกับพระราชพิธีบรมราชาภิเษกหมู่พระมหามณฑียนหมายถึงเรือนหลวงปลูกเชื่อมต่อกันที่ประทับส่วนพระองค์ของพระมหากษัตริย์สร้างพุทธศักราช 2325 ประกอบด้วยพระที่นั่ง3 องค์พระปรัดซ้ายพระปรัดขวาและหอ2 หอคือหอพระเจ้าและหอพระธาตุมณฑียนเดิมพระที่นั่งทั้ง3 องค์ได้รับพระราชทานนามว่าพระที่นั่งจักรพรรดิพิมานรัชสมัยพระบาทสมเด็จพระนั่งเกล้าเจ้าอยู่หัวทรงพระกรุณาโปรดเกล้าโปรดกระหม่อมพระราชทานนามแยกเป็น3 องค์ได้แก่พระที่นั่งจักรพรรดิพิมานพระที่นั่งไพศาลทักษิณและพระที่นั่งอมรินทรวินิจฉัยมหายสุรยพิมานรัชสมัยพระบาทสมเด็จพระมงกุฎเกล้าเจ้าอยู่หัวพระราชทานนามพระปรัดขวาและพระปรัดซ้ายว่าพระที่นั่งเทพสถานพิราชและพระที่นั่งเทพอาจพิไลส่วนหอพระเจ้าภายหลังเปลี่ยนนามเป็นหอพระสุลาลัยพิมานพระที่นั่งจักรพรรดิพิมานเป็นพระวิมานที่บรรทมของพระมหากษัตริย์ตั้งแต่รัชสมัยพระบาทสมเด็จพระพุทธยอดฟ้าจุฬาโลกมหาราชถึงรัชสมัยพระบาทสมเด็จพระนั่งเกล้าเจ้าอยู่หัวพระมหากษัตริย์รัชกาลต่อมาจึงเสด็จพระราชดำเนินมาเสด็จออกขุนนางและเป็นมณฑลพิธีประกอบการพระราชพิธีบรมราชาภิเษกและเฉลิมพระราชมณฑียนการพระราชพิธีเฉลิมพระราชมณฑียนเจ้านายฝ่ายในจะเชิญเครื่องเฉลิมพระราชมณฑียนและเครื่องราชูปโภคตามเสด็จพระราชดำเนินไปประทับยังพระที่นั่งจักรพรรดิพิมานเครื่องเฉลิมพระราชมณฑียนได้แก่วิลาหรือแมวศิลาบทพันธุ์พืชมงคลฟักเขียวกุญแจทองจันหมากทองต่อมาสิ่งของสำหรับการพระราชพิธีเฉลิมพระราชมณฑียนเพิ่มขึ้นรัชสมัยพระบาทสมเด็จพระจอมเกล้าเจ้าอยู่หัวเริ่มใช้พระแส้หางช้างเผือกผู้รัชสมัยพระบาทสมเด็จพระปกเกล้าเจ้าอยู่หัวมีอุ้มไก่ขาวเข้าร่วมพระราชพิธีผู้อุ้มจะเชิญทานพระกรศักดิ์สิทธิ์หนึ่งในเครื่องราชกุฏภัณฑ์ด้วยวันที่5 พฤษภาคมพุทธศักราช 2562 พระบาทสมเด็จพระเจ้าอยู่หัวจะเสด็จออกณพระที่นั่งอมรินทรวินิจฉัยในการพระราชพิธีเฉลิมพระปรมาภิไธยพระนามาภิไธยและสถาปนาพระฐานันดรศักดิ์พระบรมวงศ์แล้วเสด็จโดยกระบวนพยุหญาตราทางสถลมากไปยังพระอารามสำคัญ3 แห่งกระบวนพยุหญาตราทางสถลมากคือการเสด็จพระราชดำเนินของพระมหากษัตริย์ทางบกทั้งเป็นการส่วนพระองค์และการพระราชพิธีแต่เดิมเป็นการเสด็จพระราชดำเนินเพื่อประกอบพระราชพิธีสำคัญเช่นพระราชพิธีถวายผ้าพระกฐินพระราชพิธีบรมราชาภิเษกการเสด็จพระราชดำเนินไปนมัสการพระพุทธบาทที่สระบุรีการอัญเชิญพระพุทธรูปสำคัญจากหัวเมืองเข้ามาประดิษฐานในเมืองหลวงการต้อนรับราชทูตจากต่างประเทศและการพระบรมศพเป็นต้นการพระราชพิธีบรมราชาภิเษกสมัยกรุงรัตนโกสินทร์มีเสด็จเลียบพระนครโดยกระบวนพยุหญาตราทางสถลมากตั้งแต่รัชสมัยพระบาทสมเด็จพระพุทธเลิศล่านภาลัยรัชสมัยพระบาทสมเด็จพระปรมินทรมหาภูมิพลอดุลยเดชบรมนาถบพิตรมิได้จัดให้มีกระบวนพยุหญาตราเลียบพระนครในคราวพระราชพิธีบรมราชาภิเษกพุทธศักราช 2493 พระราชพิธีเฉลิมพระชนมพรรษา3 รอบพุทธศักราช 2506 จึงทรงพระกรุณาโปรดเกล้าโปรดกระหม่อมให้จัดพระราชพิธีเสด็จพระราชดำเนินเลียบพระนครโดยกระบวนพยุหญาตราทางสถลมากเพื่อทรงนมัสการพระพุทธชินสีห์ณพระอุโบสถวัดบวรนิเวศวิหารการพระราชพิธีบรมราชาภิเษกพระบาทสมเด็จพระเจ้าอยู่หัวรัชกาลที่ 10เสด็จพระราชดำเนินเลียบพระนครโดยขบวนพยุหญาตราสถลมากไปวัดบวรนิเวศวิหารวัดราชบพิตรสถิตมหาสีมารามและวัดพระเชตุพนวิมลมังคลารามเพื่อทรงนมัสการพระพุทธปฏิมาประธานและพระบรมราชสรีรังคารบูรพมหากษัตริย์หลังจากประกอบพระราชพิธีบรมราชาภิเษกพระบาทสมเด็จพระเจ้าอยู่หัวจะเสด็จพระราชดำเนินออกให้ผู้แทนองค์กรทูตานุทูตข้าราชการพ่อค้าประชาชนทุกหมู่เหล่าเข้าเฝ้าทูลละอองธุลีพระบาทถวายพระพรชัยมงคลรัชสมัยพระบาทสมเด็จพระปรมินทรมหาภูมิพลอดุลยเดชบรมนาถบพิตรทรงพระกรุณาโปรดเกล้าโปรดกระหม่อมให้คณะทูตานุทูตและกงสุลต่างประเทศเข้าเฝ้าทูลละอองธุลีพระบาทถวายพระพรชัยมงคลณท้องพระโรงกลางพระที่นั่งจักรีมหาปราศาสตร์จากนั้นเสด็จพระราชดำเนินยังพระที่นั่งสุดไทยสวรรค์ปราศาสตร์ทรงพระกรุณาโปรดเกล้าโปรดกระหม่อมให้คณะบุคคลและสมาคมต่างๆเข้าเฝ้าทูลละอองธุลีพระบาทถวายพระพรชัยมงคลณท้องพระโรงแล้วเสด็จออกณสีหบัญชรพระที่นั่งสุดไทยสวรรค์ปราศาสตร์ทรงพระกรุณาโปรดเกล้าโปรดกระหม่อมพระราชทานพระบรมราชวโรกาสให้ประชาชนเฝ้าทูลละอองธุลีพระบาทถวายพระพรชัยมงคลวันที่ 6 พฤษภาคมพุทธศักราช 2562 พระบาทสมเด็จพระเจ้าอยู่หัวเสด็จออกณท้องพระโรงพระที่นั่งสุดไทยสวรรค์ปราศาสตร์ทรงพระกรุณาโปรดเกล้าโปรดกระหม่อมให้ผู้นำศาสนาและผู้แทนคณะพาณิชย์เฝ้าทูลละอองธุลีพระบาทถวายพระพรชัยมงคลแล้วเสด็จออกณสีหบัญชรทรงพระกรุณาโปรดเกล้าโปรดกระหม่อมให้ประชาชนเฝ้าทูลละอองธุลีพระบาทถวายพระพรชัยมงคลจากนั้นเสด็จออกให้คณะทูตานุทูตและกงสุลต่างประเทศเฝ้าทูลละอองธุลีพระบาทถวายพระพรชัยมงคลณท้องพระโรงกลางพระที่นั่งจักรีมหาปราศาสตร์ปลายเดือนตุลาคมพุทธศักราช 2562 พระบาทสมเด็จพระเจ้าอยู่หัวจะเสด็จพระราชดำเนินโดยขบวนพยุหญาตราทางชลมากไปยังวัดอรุณราชวรารามเพื่อทรงบำเพ็ญพระราชกุศลถวายผ้าพระกฐินอันเป็นพระราชพิธีสุดท้ายในการพระราชพิธีบรมราชาภิเษกพุทธศักราช 2562